Chapter 28:30. Even if the members of the Dark Dragon group tried their best to resist, it was useless. What awaited them was only death. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The rain on the ground had turned red. The entire ground seemed to have been injured and was moaning in pain. The sword light might not be bright, but it was fatal. People were constantly being killed, people were constantly falling into pools of blood, and people were constantly moaning in pain. People seemed to have forgotten who was going to kill who today. The killer had become the victim instead. The one who had been killed had become the killer. However, what puzzled Ling Xiao was that although the members of the Dark Dragon group were constantly being killed, those people still pounced on him as if they were not afraid of death. It was as if death was nothing to them, or perhaps they believed that they were immortal. It was as if they were deliberately feeding Ling Xiao to kill. It was as if they wanted to use these fearless death warriors to weaken his physical strength, internal strength, and soul power. Make him tired. Make him completely lose his combat strength. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not those who were stronger than you, but those who were not afraid of death. Because these people, if you couldn't kill them in one go, then they might bite you. Although it might not be fatal, it would definitely put you in a very dangerous situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword had never made a mistake. With the Tai Chi eye open, the entire space was under his control. He once again entered the mysterious realm of controlling heaven and earth. It seemed to be a casual and unintentional sword, but it never failed. The opponent was a death warrior, and he was more like a killing machine. Precise calculations without any mistakes. And he did not seem to be tired, no matter what. In fact, among the many people, only the 3 deputy team leaders could really pose a threat to Ling Xiao. These 3 people, like Xue Tu, had rich combat experience and were powerful existences. Although Ling Xiao easily killed Xue Tu was courting death. However, that was just Xue Tu courting death. If the 4 of them had attacked together, Ling Xiao might not have had it so easy. He might even have been injured. Therefore, in the battle, Ling Xiao was always paying attention to the sneak attacks of the 3 people. Those 3 fellows, including Yang Hua, were all very cunning. Every time they attacked, it seemed like they were angry, but in reality, it was always just right. They seemed to want those Dark Dragon Death Warriors to use their lives to delay Ling Xiao and then launch a sneak attack. However, Ling Xiao naturally had ways to guard against their sneak attacks. Now, Ling Xiao's priority was to get rid of these cannon fodders. His body instantly transformed into the purple thunderbolt beast soul. Then, the entire ground began to shake. Almost all of the people who rushed towards him had all kinds of situations happen in that instant. Those who were close to it had their bodies shattered and died. Those who were further away also fainted on the ground. After that, Ling Xiao transformed into his 3-headed lava hound beast soul again. Scorching hell release. Boiling lava gushed out from the ground. The ferocious fire dragon slaughtered as it pleased in hell. The bloodthirsty magma monster roared and tore its enemies apart. In just a moment, close to 100 people around Ling Xiao were all swallowed up by the scorching hell and became sacrifices. This scene shocked the powerhouses of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao was really powerful to the extent that it completely exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, when they came today, they were already fully prepared. Fortunately, they did not underestimate the enemy like that idiot Xue Tuesday otherwise. It would really be hard to say what would happen in today's battle. At a certain moment, there was not a single person within 100 meters of Ling Xiao. It was all boiling lava. But this time, it did not last long. More people surrounded him from all directions. Like puppets being controlled, they came over one by one to die. It seemed that he was right. These people simply wanted to exhaust him to death. Otherwise, there was no need to throw their lives away like this. Attack! Yang Hu gave the order. Following his order, another 100 attacks bombarded Ling Xiao from different angles at the same time. These people did not care about consumption at all. They were basically going all out, because they only had one goal, and that was to exhaust Ling Xiao. There's really no end to this. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao casually ate a blood spirit pill. Although he was not tired yet, and did not consume much energy yet. But it was never bad to be prepared early. Swallowing the blood spirit pill, he pointed his longsword. A streak of sword energy pierced out, instantly piercing through the bodies of 3 martial artists, cutting them in half at the waist. When he wanted to continue attacking, a dense swarm of arrows suddenly flew over from the sky. Like flying locusts, they wanted to shoot him into a hornet's nest. The sharp Ling Xiao detected that among these arrows, there were actually some thin, wild silkworm silk tied to the tails of the arrows. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he could not notice it at all. This kind of wild silkworm silk was not only incomparably sharp, but it was also virtually indestructible. It could be made into wild silkworm silk armor, and could even be made into a sharp weapon to kill people. Very easily, it could cut a person into pieces, cutting them into small pieces of meat. It really took a lot of effort, Phoenix in the cloud. But it's a pity the wild silkworm silk can't withstand the divine fire in the end. Ling Xiao took out a refining array stone and threw it into the sky. In that instant, the tyrannical true Samadhi fire turned into a terrifying fire dragon and flew out of the refining array stone. In just an instant, it burned the countless arrows and wild silkworm silk to ashes. However, with this delay, the killers on the ground approached again. Not only that, the 3 deputy team leaders, including Yang Hua, also launched an attack at the same time. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The 4 people's attacks were divided into 4 angles. It was to seal off the angle that Ling Xiao used the Devil Dragon Phantom Movement technique, and the surrounding Dark Dragon group's kamikaze warriors held a fine net made of wild silkworm silk in their hands, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Kill! Apart from the sky and the ground, the surroundings were airtight. Ling Xiao frowned. The other party deliberately gave up these 2 escape routes. They must have other intentions. Did they really think that he would fall for it? From the beginning of the battle, he felt it. Although he could not confirm it, there was always a very dangerous aura staring at him. This person's concealment level was very high, so much so that even his Tai Chi eye could not capture it. But many years of battle experience gave him an intuition that was absolutely sensitive to danger. The sky won't work. The ground won't work either. Then break through head-on. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Hua. It seemed like all of the kamikaze warriors were commanded by this Yang Hua. His strength was not the strongest, but his identity was not ordinary. Suddenly, he rushed towards Yang Hua, as if he did not see the wild silkworm silk net in front of him. Yang Hua smiled coldly, waiting to see the outcome of Ling Xiao's body being cut into pieces. Chapter 28:31. Yang Hua watched helplessly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to touch the heavenly silkworm net, he actually vanished. Demonic dragon phantom, nether demonic dragon. The nether demonic dragon form could ignore all physical objects. Of course, it could not attack. Although the wild silk net was powerful, it could not hurt him. While Yang Hua was still in shock, Ling Xiao's figure had already appeared beside him. The blood thunder imperial sword in his hand pierced through the bodies of 2 dark dragon men of sacrifice at a very strange angle and finally pierced into Yang Hua's throat. Since you want to die, why should I spare you? Ling Xiao should have been happy to kill Yang Hua. However, at this moment, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a gloomy chill in his body. He felt a chill down his spine. It was like a venomous snake, staring at him from a short distance, sticking out its tongue and baring its sharp fangs. This guy really picked the right time. The moment Ling Xiao showed himself and killed Yang Hua, Ling Xiao was already squeezed between the men of sacrifice. He had no room to dodge at all. This terrifying assassin just had to launch an attack at this very moment. Ling Xiao could even feel a sharp blade inching closer and closer to his back. Although this person's strength was slightly weaker than the 3 deputy team leaders, it was on par with Yang Hua. However, this guy was far more of a threat to him than the 3 deputy team leaders. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against a stab in the dark. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. If I can't dodge, I'll blast you out. Ling Xiao frowned and immediately channeled inner strength under his feet. Earth-splitting body. A terrifying explosion came directly from the ground. In an instant, more than 10 people with Ling Xiao as the center were directly blasted into meat paste. However, that venomous snake was still unharmed. His reaction speed was very fast, and he actually dodged this almost impossible to avoid attack. Even so, he had already missed the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he once again went underground and waited for an opportunity to make his move. But would Ling Xiao give him the chance? The inner force beneath his feet circulated once again, and an even more terrifying explosion erupted around him. It was still earth-splitting corpse, but it was much more powerful than before. Obviously, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed. With such a venomous snake staring at him, he would always feel like there was a thorn in his back. This time, everything within a 10-meter radius around him completely exploded. Another 20 men of sacrifice were killed by the explosion. However, that poisonous snake actually managed to dodge it. Not only that, but the 3 deputy team leaders had also approached Ling Xiao. He tried to stall Ling Xiao so that the poisonous snake could escape. Since you're here, let's die together. Earth explosion. The second level of the Earth Demon secret technique required the user to send their soul power into the ground to control the earth element. The explosion was even more terrifying than the Earth dismemberment technique, and it lasted longer. Amidst a series of explosions, the 3 deputy team leaders had no choice but to dodge. As for the poisonous snake underground, it was finally blown out. Although he wasn't dead, he was injured. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't want to give him any chance to survive. Stepping on the demonic dragon phantom, his body turned into a sword light and flew forward. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic sword dragon. Whoosh! A terrifying scene appeared. Ling Xiao's body was like a sharp sword, directly piercing through the poisonous snake's body and splitting it in two. Although the poisonous snake's eyes were already split open, there was still an incomparable shock and fear in his eyes. At that moment, he felt an unimaginable sense of fear. The scene in his eyes gradually split in two and then completely disappeared. Until his death, he didn't even touch Ling Xiao. Naturally, he couldn't let out a scream. Ling Xiao's attack, this time, was aimed at killing him in one blow. Around him, the men of sacrifice who were originally fearless finally started to feel afraid. Facing this demonic young man, their fear increased little by little. Originally, if the poisonous snake didn't die, they still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. However, their biggest trump card was so easily killed by Ling Xiao. What could they use to support their inner courage? Not to mention them, the 3 deputy team leaders also felt their hearts twitching nonstop. How could this young man be so terrifying? How could it be? They could be afraid, but they definitely shouldn't be in a trance. This momentary trance was enough to be fatal. The 3 of them saw Ling Xiao turn back. It was a golden light that surpassed their vision. Then one of them heard the screams of his comrades on both sides. When he looked again, there was a bloody mark on the throats of the two men. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood less than 2 meters away from him. He was so scared that he turned around and fled. After retreating dozens of meters away and being protected by the men of sacrifice, he felt a little bit of warmth. Ling Xiao stood there, and there was not a single wound on his body. There were only a few more tears on his clothes. Those bone-chilling and terrifying eyes were staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if the devil was mocking him. This guy was a real devil. The heart of the remaining deputy team leader began to twitch violently, giving him an impulse to run away. He thought that he had long lost his fear, but today, the young man in front of him once again brought fear to him and implanted it into his body. Where's that old dog phoenix in the cloud? Ling Xiao didn't immediately make a move. His cold voice came from his mouth. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword aura, piercing all the enemies. He knew that Phoenix in the cloud was the main culprit. If Phoenix in the cloud didn't die, such things would definitely happen again. If he didn't have so many trump cards, he would have lost his life on the spot in today's battle. Thinking about it, Phoenix in the cloud must be very surprised that the Dark Dragon group had almost turned out in full force, but they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. The deputy team leader looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was wondering why Ling Xiao was still not exhausted. Why was there not a single wound on his body after fighting until now? What was this young man's cultivation level? Was there a mistake in the information about Phoenix in the cloud? Kill. Ling Xiao didn't get an answer for a long time, so he said these words coldly. Then he swung his sword. A few more men of sacrifice were killed. Fresh blood mixed with the rain and dyed the ground red. My cultivation level has increased again. It seems that this battle wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He suddenly hoped that Phoenix in the cloud would send more people over. This battle had increased his cultivation level by 30%, although there was still a certain distance to the later stage of the 12th level of hell in the yin-yang transformation state. But as long as it could be improved, there was no need to be afraid that he couldn't break through. Moreover, the martial arts techniques he used had improved to a certain extent. Chapter 28:32. The Earth-splitting corpse move's range suddenly increased, and its power also increased at the same time. This was because it had reached perfection. The second layer's Earth explosion corpse had also reached proficiency because it had been perfectly executed. The demonic dragon phantom had the greatest improvement. He had successfully used it many times, allowing him to avert danger. At the same time, it had also reached perfection. The first layer of demonic dragon possession had also reached perfection. The second layer had also reached proficiency because he had just broken through. In any case, Ling Xiao had gained quite a lot from this battle. This made him want to fight a few more battles. Clearly feeling Ling Xiao's aura increase, the deputy team leader had completely lost the confidence to resist. There were so many people before, but none of them had a chance to win against Ling Xiao, who was not as strong as he was now. How could they win now? If I tell you, will you spare my life? The deputy team leader clenched his teeth and suddenly asked. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he finally changed his mind. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking and disdainful expression. He despised this kind of person the most. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, I'll make you wish you were dead. Bloodthirsty plague, activate. When he killed the two deputy team leaders, Ling Xiao had already released the bloodthirsty plague germs on this guy's body. Now that it was activated, the terrifying pain of having tens of thousands of worms biting his heart made this deputy team leader kneel on the ground. No, stop. I'll tell you. If he wished he was dead, he might as well die. The most frightening thing was not death, but the pain of not being able to die even if he wanted to. The bloodthirsty plague was not only a good way to kill the enemy, but also a good way to interrogate. Speak. With a thought, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped the bloodthirsty plague's torture on this guy. Phoenix in the Cloud is at Demonic Dragon Mountain. The deputy team leader said, "What is he doing at Demonic Dragon Mountain?" Ling Xiao continued to ask, "You should know this best. He wants the demonic dragon sword." "Alone?" "No, he and a few of his sworn brothers are all here. Every one of them is an extremely powerful Jianghu hero. They are even stronger than us, including our team leader." At this point, he said sadly, "I've already said what I need to say. I only ask that you give me a quick death." Sure, the moment the sword was drawn, the person would die. There was still a conspicuous bloodstain on his throat. With all the vice team leaders dead, the Death Warriors had long lost the will to continue fighting. Howling in horror, he turned around and fled. Seeing those people flee, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly found a more secluded place, sat down, and began to heal his injuries. That look just now was just an act. In fact, although he did not suffer any external injuries in today's battle, he had suffered internal injuries because he had forcefully circulated his inner energy several times. This was the reason why he didn't kill them all. If the last vice team leader had been braver and braver, risking the pain of the bloodthirsty plague to attack together with the Death Warriors, Ling Xiao would probably have had to run for his life. Unfortunately, he was frightened by Ling Xiao's aura and lost his life for nothing. At the same time, in Demonic Dragon Mountain, Phoenix in the Cloud, whose body was completely rebuilt with metal, was looking for the location of the demonic dragon sword with some of his Jianghu friends. This Demonic Dragon Mountain was neither big nor small. It was not that easy to find the demonic dragon sword. Otherwise, with Demonic Dragon Mountain here, why was the demonic dragon sword not stolen? Was it because of the people guarding Demonic Dragon Mountain? Those people were not too strong. At this time, their corpses were already lying outside the mountain. They were probably eaten by wild beasts. Looking at the time, there should be a reply. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked into the distance as if he wanted to see something. "Brother Yun, don't worry. You know, the strength of the Dark Dragon group, the best. With so many people attacking together, Lin Xiao will definitely die." The one who spoke was the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Looking at him, he looked somewhat similar to the first elder. They should be brother and sister. His hatred for Ling Xiao was definitely real, and it was urgent. "Yes, I believe in the strength of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao will definitely not live." Phoenix in the Cloud could not think of any accidents. As long as the Dark Dragon group's actions were not wrong, Ling Xiao would definitely die. At this time, a figure floated over from the distance. He was very fast and very anxious. As soon as that person appeared, Phoenix in the Cloud asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you bring back Ling Xiao's head?" He was actually asking the obvious. There was nothing in the other person's hand. That person hesitated for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. The Dark Dragon group was almost completely wiped out. The 4 vice team leaders, including Yang Hua, have all died in battle. The remaining members of the Dark Dragon group fled for their lives. The Dark Dragon group was destroyed. What about Ling Xiao? Is Ling Xiao dead? Phoenix in the Cloud did not seem to care about the survival of the Dark Dragon group. He only wanted Ling Xiao to die. If he could exchange the Dark Dragon group for Ling Xiao's life, he felt that it was worth it. Ling Xiao unharmed. That person sighed and said, "What? What happened? Did reinforcements come? Did Chun Bai make a move?" "That's impossible. The demonic dragon city should have been surrounded by the Chun Kingdom's army. Chun Bai can't save Ling Xiao even if he has wings. Phoenix in the Cloud could not figure out who saved Ling Xiao. In his imagination, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to eliminate so many people from the Dark Dragon group. There were no reinforcements. They were all killed by Ling Xiao alone. That person said something shocking again. What? At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in Phoenix in the Cloud's heart. Ling Xiao did not die after being surrounded by such a powerful army. That was simply unbelievable. Could it be that that kid was hiding some secret that he did not know? Vice sect leader, we have to avenge our brothers. The leader of the Dark Dragon group said angrily, Yes, revenge. That Ling Xiao will definitely come to the demonic Dragon Mountain. This will be his burial ground. Phoenix in the Cloud knew that he still had a chance, and this chance was in the demonic Dragon Mountain. Ling Xiao came for the demonic dragon sword. Even if he knew that there was an ambush here, with that guy's personality, he would definitely not turn back. Therefore, as long as everything was prepared here, Ling Xiao would definitely walk into the trap. In the Chun Kingdom, if there was anyone who knew the demonic Dragon Mountain the best, it would be Chun Bai. Only the Yamada family knew. The Yamada family had been living on the demonic Dragon Mountain since before the dragon cult was born. Only they knew why this place was called the demonic Dragon Mountain. Only they knew how terrifying the demonic dragon sword was. Chun Bai was the first to take out and use the demonic dragon sword, but the people of the Yamada family knew. Chapter 28:33. The demon dragon sword was actually not a single sword, but 10 swords. 1 mother sword and 9 sub-swords. The mother and son were connected. As long as one held the mother sword, they could easily control the 9 sub-swords. What Chun Bai had previously obtained was only a sub-sword. A mere sub-sword was already a top-notch mortal-grade Emperor artifact. In that case, what grade of magic treasure was the mother sword? To be honest, only the Yamada family knew. Actually, from the outside, one could see that there were 9 small mountains around the main peak of the Demon Dragon Mountain. The Yamada family's history recorded the true origin of the demon dragon sword. Back then, 2 peerless experts fought here. One of them was the great demon who possessed the Jozi demon dragon sword, while the other was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. He was also the first ancestor of the Yamada family. The 2 of them fought here for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the great demon was killed. The Jozi demon dragon sword transformed into 10 mountains with the mental power of the demon before he died. The expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation was also seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He knew that he did not have much time left, and that it was impossible for him to return to the Golden Heavenly Nation. Thus, he gave birth to children here. 10 years later, he passed away. One had to know that with his cultivation, it would not be a problem for him to live for another few hundred years. Before he died, he used the last of his strength to seal the 10 mountains. From then on, the Yamada family became the guardians of these 10 mountains. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Yamada family failed to live up to expectations and submitted to the dragon cult. Thus, this place belonged to the dragon cult. Suddenly, the 10 mountains began to shake violently. The patriarch of the Yamada family, Yamada Akashi, looked in that direction in horror. What's going on? Didn't you say that the seal of the demon dragon sword is very strong? The one who asked was Phoenix in the Cloud. It turned out that Yamada Akashi had already secretly formed an alliance with Phoenix in the Cloud. Now, they were trying to crack the secret of the demon dragon sword together. However, before they could do anything, the 10 mountains that sealed the Jozi demon dragon sword began to shake violently. This, I don't know either. Who could actually loosen the seal? Yamada Akashi was also very shocked. Could it be that Ling Xiao? Since he is Chun Bai's disciple, he must know the shortcut to enter Demon Dragon Mountain. The leader of the Dark Dragon group frowned. Rumble! At this moment, in the distance at the top of the sky, black clouds suddenly floated over. The originally bright sky instantly turned dark, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Then lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds blew. The earth began to shake. It doesn't matter if it's Ling Xiao or not, we must stop him. Quick, speed up. We must break the restriction before that brat obtains the demon dragon sword. Seeing this, Phoenix in the cloud became even more nervous. Originally, that brat Ling Xiao was already quite terrifying. If that fellow were to obtain the Nine Suns demonic dragon sword, wouldn't that be even more difficult to deal with? Understood, it's almost there. Yamada Zhang didn't waste any more time and began to break the restriction. This seal was left behind by his ancestor. Although there was no way to break it, there were still some clues left behind. After so many years, the Yamada family had not wasted their time. They had managed to find a way to break the seal. It was just a little bit away. If it weren't for the fact that Phoenix in the cloud urgently wanted to break the seal this time, Yamada Zhang planned to wait for a while longer. Legend has it that only martial artists who possess dark attribute internal energy that permeates the sky can make the demon dragon sword feel evil and powerful. Only then can they stimulate the demon dragon sword to break the seal. Could that Ling Xiao be a devil? The leader of the Dark Dragon group asked. That brat can indeed be called a devil. He kills without batting an eye. Moreover, he might really have mastered dark attribute internal energy. I've had this feeling in the few times I've fought him. Phoenix in the cloud gritted his teeth and said, the more it was like this, the more worried he was. In fact, Ling Xiao possessed shadow profound internal energy, which was of a higher level than dark attribute internal energy. Moreover, before Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had cultivated a demonic body and refined a demonic creature. He and the demon dragon sword could be said to be the most perfect combination among all the martial artists in the Qin country. They were even more compatible than Qin Bai. At this moment, the 10 mountains shook even more violently. In the sky, thick black clouds were constantly rolling and blood-red thunderbolts were striking down from the sky. The entire world seemed to have sunk into doomsday. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. A terrifying and oppressive aura enveloped the entire Demon Dragon Mountain. The demonic beasts in the Demon Dragon Mountain were all lying on the ground, trembling. Even Phoenix in the cloud and the others had to circulate their internal energy to resist the terrifying, oppressive aura. Otherwise, they would really vomit blood on the spot. Kacha! A strange light pierced through the black clouds and pierced the sky. It was sharp and powerful. It was definitely a sword intent. A terrifying sword intent that could destroy everything in its path. When this sword intent appeared, Phoenix in the cloud, Yamada Zhang, and the others didn't dare to move. This was because they were afraid that if they moved, they would be killed by the terrifying sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao was cooperating with the terrifying sword intent of the demon dragon sword to fight against the power of the seal left behind by a powerhouse. This powerhouse should be the ancestor of the Yamada family from the Golden Heavenly Nation. If it was a one-on-one battle, he could naturally suppress the Jiuzi demon dragon sword. However, now that Ling Xiao was involved and the demonic aura was soaring to the sky, he was gradually unable to hold on. The little remaining spiritual energy began to dissipate gradually. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao was not relaxed. He had completely resolved the power of the seal, but the Jiuzi demon dragon sword was not willing to be easily controlled by him. The sharp and evil sword intent was constantly pressing toward him, wanting to completely subdue him. However, this sword intent did not hurt him. It only wanted to destroy his spiritual sea and then control his body. Evil creature, I knew you would do this, so I made preparations. Activate the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. The formation was activated and attracted the lightning in the sky. Bolts of divine lightning constantly bombarded the sword intent of the demon dragon sword. The demon dragon sword had weakened a lot after resisting the power of the seal. Now that it was bombarded by the divine lightning, it was naturally injured again. However, even so, Ling Xiao was still under a lot of pressure. Sweat dripped down his cheeks and hair and fell to the ground. He stared at the pitch-black sword intent in the sky. There were also the 10 mountains that were constantly shaking. The mountains were crumbling. The more they crumbled, the stronger the sword intent of the demon dragon sword became. However, because Ling Xiao was prepared in advance, every time the sword intent appeared, a layer was destroyed by the divine lightning. It could not completely condense. However, the moment the 10 mountains completely cracked, a pitch-black demonic dragon appeared in the sky, under the black clouds. The demonic dragon instantly condensed and turned into a huge pitch-black sword. Chapter 28:34. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He stood on the peak of the mountain, under the black clouds. He could strongly feel the cruelty, indifference, and arrogance of the demon dragon sword. Demon. This was a person falling into the demonic path because of extreme emotions. But would Ling Xiao be afraid? He had the bloodline power of the true heavenly demon. He had once completely refined the heavenly demon king that had been injected into his glabella in the White Tiger continent and turned it into his own power, although most of the power had been integrated into his cells and stored. However, in terms of demonic energy, how could an ordinary demon compare to a true heavenly demon? Ling Xiao could feel that the demonic intent in his body was constantly rising. The terrifying heavenly demon power was constantly released from his cells, urging his cultivation to speed up. He liked this kind of pressure. Only under such terrifying pressure could he grow and become stronger. Boom, boom, crack. Suddenly the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The world seemed to be shaken by a terrifying giant. It began to tremble and let out a thick, sorrowful cry. The 10 mountain peaks in front of him all exploded. The gravel was directly blasted into powder, forming a huge sandstorm. It enveloped the 10 mountain peaks. They came out. There were actually 10 swords. Ling Xiao thought that there was only one demon dragon sword, but he did not expect 10 to fly out at once. 9 of the swords were as black as ink jade. Under their ferocious appearance, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They suddenly flew into the sky and bloomed with a black luster like a black sun. The terrifying demonic intent was constantly blooming. The most terrifying thing was not these 9 swords, but the huge 2-handed sword that was surrounded by the 9 swords. The sword was close to 2 meters long. The huge sword body was as black and ferocious, but the demonic intent that it emitted was even more terrifying. These 10 swords seemed to be connected by blood. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I could see that there was an energy connection between the 9 sub-swords and the mother sword that was so small that it was almost invisible to the Tai Chi eye. It was dark red like blood. It's time. Ling Xiao knew that at this moment he had to subdue the 18 demon dragon swords with all his might. Otherwise, not only would he fail, but he would also die. These 10 swords were definitely not good. Boom! A pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. He released his tyrannical martial spirit and quickly expanded its range. the entire sky and the entire mountain range were enveloped by this vast universe. In the universe of Tyrant, Ling Xiao was the only one who reigned supreme. Vile spawn, hurry up and submit. Ling Xiao roared. In the dark universe, there was a huge human shadow waving a palm that could destroy countless stars. It slapped towards the 10 swords. At this moment, the 18 demon swords actually began to tremble. Even though their demonic intents were overflowing, they still lost the ability to resist under the suppression of the tyrannical intent in the tyrannical universe. In an instant, all 10 swords fell to the ground. He appeared in the Mountain River world. The Mountain River world was only a part of the tyrannical universe. It was made up of the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, the White Tiger continent, and a small part of the Black Tortoise continent. The 10 swords formed 10 mountain peaks within the Mountain River world. They were identical to the demonic Dragon Mountain in the outside world. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as long as he was willing, he could summon these 10 swords at any time. He could feel that the 9 sub-swords were indeed ordinary grade Emperor weapons. However, Ling Xiao was unable to distinguish the grade of the origin sword. However, he was certain that the origin sword was definitely stronger than the 9 sub-swords. So you're called the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword. No wonder there are 10 of them. The moment Ling Xiao subdued the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he knew everything about it. 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, come. He raised his hand, and a huge black sword appeared in his hand. It was the origin sword. The 9 sub-swords actually revolved around his body like flying swords. It was very magical. Ling Xiao had also cultivated the imperial sword technique in the past. However, it was only the lowest level. Because its power was not enough, he could only control ordinary weapons. He did not use it again later. However, he had to admit that if he could control flying swords, it would definitely be impossible for the enemy to guard against. As he held the demonic dragon sword in his hand, Ling Xiao could feel that the sword was connected to his soul. It was as if the sword had already become a part of him. Even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation on the sword was so clear and real. Ling Xiao knew very well that he, who controlled the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, already had the strength of a top expert in the Chun Nation. Although he did not know if there were any hidden experts in the Chun Nation, at the very least, he should not be weaker than Chun Bai now. With the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, he also had the strength to run amok. Phoenix in the cloud, didn't you set up an ambush for me in the Demon Dragon Mountain? Then I'll let you have a taste of what fear is. Ling Xiao knew that the time for his revenge had arrived, whether it was Phoenix in the cloud or the Chun Nation's royal family. It was time to end it. My cultivation is only 20% away from breaking through. I should first comprehend the Demon Dragon Scripture and the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. As soon as he thought about it, a vivid image appeared in his mind. In the image, a person wielded a huge sword and danced, releasing powerful sword moves. However, it was not the Demon Dragon Scripture that Chun Bai mentioned, nor was it the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. It was a new set of martial skills, and it was a 4th level immortal grade martial skill, True Demon Sword Essence. This True Demon Sword Essence was a martial skill that the True Demon Emperor of the True Demon Empire had casually imparted to a disciple when he conquered the Black Tortoise continent. However, that disciple could not fully grasp the sword skill that he had casually imparted. He only grasped about 10% of it. In the end, after modification, it became a 4th level immortal grade sword skill, True Demon Sword Essence. With this sword skill, that disciple became a famous demon in the Chun Nation. Later on, he even established his own sect in the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although this sword technique had become useless, the great demon was still reluctant to give it up. If I want to learn the true demon sword essence, I can't learn the demon dragon scripture and the imperial celestial dragon body. Ling Xiao was already connected to the Nine Suns demon dragon sword, so he naturally knew this point. He also knew that this demon dragon sword contained another set of even more terrifying sword skills. It was a pity that his cultivation was not enough and could not comprehend it. I'll choose you, true demon sword essence. If there's a good one, I'll naturally learn it. A 4th level immortal grade martial skill, even if it's only cultivated to the initial stage, can crush a 3rd level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao made his decision. Then, the moves of the true demon sword essence began to appear in his mind. This true demon sword essence only had a total of 4 moves. However, the difficulty of cultivating each move was 10 times that of a 3rd level immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao was originally afraid that he would not be able to successfully comprehend it, but the Tai Chi I gave him another surprise. Chapter 28:35. The first move of the True Devil Sword Essence was actually very simple. It was called True Devil Sword Chi. It could kill people from a distance. Moreover, the sword chi contained a terrifying demonic aura that could cause fear and negative emotions in the enemy's mind. This move was easy to learn because the so-called True Devil Sword Chi was actually infusing one's inner strength into the demon dragon sword, and then changing its attribute to release a special sword chi. Ling Xiao felt that as long as he used it a few more times in battle, this move would soon reach perfection or even perfection. As for the last 3 moves, they were not so easy. After all, they were immortal grade 4th heaven martial arts techniques. They were much stronger than immortal grade 3rd heaven martial arts techniques. Perhaps Ling Xiao would only be able to start cultivating them after his cultivation broke through to the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell. However, even if it was just one move, it had many uses. The True Devil Sword Chi could be infused into an existing move and could greatly increase the power of an existing move. It was not impossible to raise the power of an existing move by 1 level. In this way, even if he could not cultivate the last 3 moves of the True Devil Sword Essence, he had absolute confidence in exchanging blows with the strongest person in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Thinking of this, he sneered. Qin Kingdom's royal family. You owe my good brother Ling Yan and me. It's time to pay back everything. You were the ones who chased after me. Now, it's time for me to settle the score. Someone was coming. Just as he was thinking of finding someone to test the power of the True Devil Sword Chi, someone came knocking on his door. 4 people appeared in front of him. He knew Phoenix in the cloud. However, he did not know the other 3. However, there was no doubt that they were all experts. Although 2 of them had lower cultivation than Phoenix in the cloud, they had reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, they were not as strong as Phoenix in the cloud. The last person was a martial artist at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. However, he was stronger than the 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon Group. They had the same cultivation, but stronger combat power. There must be something special about this person. You are Ling Xiao. It was precisely the weakest person among them who shouted at Ling Xiao. The other 3 sealed off the 3 directions that Ling Xiao could escape in. And who are you? Ling Xiao asked. I am Xue Zhan, and Xue too is my younger brother. That person's roar was filled with incomparable hatred. So, it's that idiot's brother. But what do you want? Ling Xiao asked again. What are you doing? You have 2 choices now. First, hand over the demon dragon sword and submit to Vice Sect Master Yun. Then, accept his puppet surgery. The second one will die. Xue Zhan sneered. What if I don't choose? Ling Xiao looked at Bloody Battle with a smile that was not a smile and said, Your brain is as stupid as your younger brother's brain. Before I obtained the demon dragon sword, I killed him. Although you are stronger than him, you are not much stronger. In front of me, who possesses the demon dragon sword, you still dare to speak such nonsense. You want to die? The moment his voice fell, Ling Xiao slashed out with the demon dragon sword in his hand. A ray of sword chi, true devil sword chi. It flew out from the tip of the sword, and it was more than a foot wide. That powerful aura actually made Xue Zhan tremble involuntarily. Dodge! Phoenix in the cloud roared. Unfortunately, the speed of the true devil sword chi was not something that ordinary sword chi could compare to. Once it stabbed out, it was impossible for that guy to dodge it unless he blocked it. Blood saber, wild dance. Xue Zhan also used a blood saber. His choice was correct. He knew that he could not dodge it, so he blocked it. This strategy was correct, but unfortunately, he was too weak. How dare you? Xue Zhan was a member of the Dark Dragon Group. At this time, when the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch saw this scene, he roared and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. He stepped out with the Demon Dragon Phantom Movement technique and pounced towards Yamada Zhang. He did not look at bloody battle at all, because he knew that Xue Zhan would not survive. The true Devil Sword Chi was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was fast. It was powerful. It also had a deterrent and other negative effects. It was simply too powerful. Among the four people, Yamada Zhang's cultivation was only slightly higher than Xue Zhan's. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for choosing him. Brother Yamada, be careful of that brat. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch roared. However, he found that his speed could not catch up to Ling Xiao. At this time, Phoenix in the cloud finally made his move. Ling Xiao had already predicted that he would make his move. The 9 demon dragon swords that surrounded his body suddenly shot out and all rushed towards Phoenix in the cloud. Just at this time, a scream was heard. Xue Zhan was already split into 2 by the demon suppressing sword chi and died miserably on the spot. The others were attracted by the scream, but Ling Xiao still rushed towards Yamada Zhang. Brat, do you really think that this old man is made of mud? Yamada Zhang was furious. In any case, he was already old, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 12. How could he be willing to be treated as a soft persimmon by Ling Xiao? In that instant, the sword martial spirit appeared behind him. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Ling Xiao. The 2 swords collided in the air. However, a terrifying true devil sword chi climbed onto Yamada Zhang's sword like a poisonous snake and directly chopped off Yamada Zhang's wrist. A mournful scream was heard again. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was actually fighting 1 against 4. He even killed one of them and broke the other's wrist. This kind of strength was truly shocking. Brother Yun, protect Brother Yamada. I'll kill him. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill everyone in his Dark Dragon Group, leaving him as a general without an army, he actually dared to kill his people in front of him. This was simply unforgivable. Ling Xiao noticed that the surroundings seemed to be covered by a strange black gas, forming a huge cocoon-like thing that wrapped him and the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch inside. Although this patriarch had not been able to catch up to Ling Xiao and save Xue Zhan, it was not as if he did not do anything. My martial soul isn't something powerful. It's just something like this. But there's one thing. If you can't kill me, you'll never be able to escape from here. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His martial spirit was a special martial spirit. It was formless but useful. Ling Xiao tried to use the true devil sword chi to chop it twice. As expected, he was unable to break it. He had also tried to escape, but he had failed. He could not even break it, because this was not a formation. It was the Dark Dragon Group's patriarch's special martial spirit. All right, since you're courting death, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao was carefree. If he could not get out, then he would kill the other party. This way, he could at least get out, right? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Dark Dragon Group's patriarch roared angrily. His body actually seemed to expand by a lot. A pair of black dragon wings even grew out from his back. Looks like your martial spirit is not simple. Chapter 2836. Ling Xiao noticed that after this guy's body grew bigger, his strength, defense, and speed had all improved greatly. It's too late to find out now. Otherwise, why do you think I would dare to fight you one-on-one? The leader of the Dark Dragon Group took a step forward. His body, which was close to 3 meters tall, was like a small giant. He stood above Ling Xiao and looked down at Ling Xiao. Powerful and arrogant. Go to hell. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group did not waste any more words. The moment his transformation was completed, he launched an attack. He suddenly soared into the air, and then his entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite directly smashing towards Ling Xiao. This kind of fighting method was definitely used by people who were extremely confident in their own defense. It was crazy to use one's own body as a weapon to kill the enemy. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at that body. It was like a giant beast. Its entire body was filled with power and wildness. This guy, what exactly is he? He doesn't seem to be human. Ling Xiao frowned, but he did not dodge, let alone retreat. He held the demon dragon sword tightly with both hands and aimed at the huge monster in the sky. In the demon dragon sword, demonic energy soared into the sky, and killing intent soared. The sword intent soared into the sky. Kill! The sword pierced upwards, directly piercing the huge body. Bang! Rumble! The huge body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group collided with Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword. At that moment, space was distorted. It's a pity that my cultivation is not enough. In the end, I can't unleash the true power of this demon dragon sword. Ling Xiao sighed. The current demon dragon sword in his hand was about the same power as the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The only thing that was stronger was the true devil sword chi. Furthermore, it would be sharper. Otherwise, this collision would definitely be able to directly pierce through the leader of the Dark Dragon Group. However, now, that huge body actually released a terrifying power. Ling Xiao's hands that were holding the sword actually let out a sorrowful cry. His legs began to sink into the ground. What terrifying power! What race is he? Yamada Akashi asked Phoenix in the cloud, who was beside him. He was so engrossed in the battle that he forgot that he had lost an arm. Before the human monarch unified the mystic world, the ferocious beasts ruled the vast mystic world. One of the terrifying beasts was the mammoth. It resembled a war elephant, but its body was even larger, and its strength was even more terrifying. He is a descendant of the mammoth race who has awakened the mammoth bloodline. Phoenix in the cloud replied, his martial soul doesn't have much attack power, but combined with his terrifying bloodline, he has never been defeated in a one-on-one battle. Even I don't dare to fight him head-on. If I had known that Ling Xiao was so strong, I would have sent him to intercept and kill him. A Ling Xiao without the demon dragon sword is obviously easier to deal with. How domineering, as expected of the mammoth race. Ling Xiao also heard Phoenix in the cloud's words. He knew that this couldn't go on. He suddenly put away the demon dragon sword and used the demon dragon phantom movement technique. He instantly retreated dozens of steps and avoided the terrifying attack. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's huge body smashed into the ground. At that moment, the ground actually cracked, flipped over, and broke into pieces. You still want to escape? The Dark Dragon Group leader didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He flapped his huge dragon wings, and his sturdy body was like a nimble bird. He instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he slapped down with both hands, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot like a mosquito. Ling Xiao had no choice but to continue retreating. The Dark Dragon Group leader's attack followed like a shadow. Pa! His hands finally clapped together, less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. That terrifying sound made Ling Xiao feel as if his eardrums were about to shatter. The most terrifying thing was the gale created by the clapping of his hands. It was like a knife that cut Ling Xiao's body, leaving dozens of wounds. Previously, when he killed so many people from the Dark Dragon Group, he wasn't injured. But now, facing the leader alone, he was already injured. It was enough to show how terrifying the Dark Dragon Group leader was. Seeing this, the corners of Phoenix in the cloud's mouth finally raised into a sneer. The Dark Dragon Group leader wasn't so easy to deal with. In terms of talent, he was already very strong. However, this guy was also very hardworking. He cultivated his heaven-defying bloodline to become very powerful. Coupled with that magical martial soul, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape this time. Obediently accept your death. In my space, you have no chance of escaping. Seeing Ling Xiao retreating, the Dark Dragon Group leader sneered and attacked even more fiercely. That huge palm was like a fly swatter, continuously slapping down. The ground was constantly shattered. It kept cracking. Ling Xiao didn't even have a place to stand. He had to use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to constantly dodge. As expected, it's still a bit troublesome for me to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell. What's more, this Dark Dragon Group leader has probably reached the peak of the 12th level of hell. Coupled with that terrifying mammoth bloodline, not only is his skin rough and his flesh thick, but he also has boundless strength. Interesting. I'm gradually getting excited. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, until now, Phoenix in the Cloud was too happy that he didn't realize that Ling Xiao hadn't used any other moves besides the sword martial soul. He also didn't enter the beast soul transformation. Competing with me in strength? All right, then I'll accompany you to the end. Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul Transformation. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, his body instantly transformed into the Purple Lightning Bull battle form. At the same time, the Dark Dragon Group leader's palm slapped over again. Rumble! This time, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. He stabbed the demonic dragon sword into the ground and blocked the terrifying attack with both hands. In terms of strength, I won't lose to you. Amidst the roar, Ling Xiao circulated the royal heaven-earth power throughout his body. His strength rose to the extreme. His body had also become much larger, bigger than his opponent. Scram! With a roar, he raised his head and sent the leader of the Dark Dragon squad flying. Ha ha ha, awesome. Although this attack didn't injure the Dark Dragon Group leader, it could be considered as venting his anger. Damn it, Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by someone else's strength all this time. He picked up the demonic dragon sword again. Then, dozens of terrifying purple lightning snakes were released from his body and pounced towards the Dark Dragon Group leader. At the same time, he stepped on the ground, and his figure flashed. He accelerated and stabbed out. His target was the weakest part of the Dark Dragon Group leader's body, his eyes. Roar. The Dark Dragon Group leader let out a beast-like roar. He actually used his physical body to tear apart the dozens of lightning snakes with his bare hands. Then, he used his hand to grab the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ah! The Dark Dragon Group leader roared, "Kid, you must die. No one has ever been able to surpass me in terms of strength. No one, and you are no exception." Chapter 28:37. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group roared angrily and waved his palms. His palms, which were as huge as palm leaf fans, collided with Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao had actually surpassed him in terms of strength. This was unbearable for him. He wanted to use his strength to completely tear Ling Xiao apart. Chi, chi, the demon dragon sword pierced into the thick and huge hand of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group, but it was as if it had pierced into a mountain rock. That rough skin with incomparable sword shadows was simply like an iron wall. It blocked the demon dragon sword from going any deeper. Roar. With a furious roar, the body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group actually grew larger again. Even his face became ferocious and terrifying, as if he had transformed into a terrifying monster. At the same time, the bloodline power in his body burst forth. The powerful blood energy actually condensed into the blood-red totem of an ancient mammoth above his head. The power of the mammoth, even if placed 100,000 years ago, was definitely one of the best. After inheriting this bloodline, the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was truly very powerful. As the bloodline power continued to be stimulated and awakened, this fellow's body actually grew larger and larger like a small mountain. Previously, he was only 3 meters tall, but now he had already grown to 6 or 7 meters. The most terrifying thing was not this, but his body was actually getting closer and closer to the form of a mammoth. His legs were thick and powerful. When he stepped on the ground, he actually caused the already cracked ground to shatter and collapse once again. A terrifying force directly suppressed Ling Xiao. Die. Finally, he suppressed Ling Xiao in terms of strength once again. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group approached Ling Xiao's neck with both hands, attempting to directly crush Ling Xiao into a meat patty. The terrifying palm was already as tall as Ling Xiao's body. If it closed directly, Ling Xiao would probably be half dead, even if he didn't die. This fellow's strength was truly terrifying. Of course, if it wasn't within his martial spirit, Ling Xiao could still use his movement technique to continuously dodge. He didn't need to fight this fellow head-on, but now that he was within this fellow's martial spirit, the space was only so small. Even if he wanted to hide, he didn't know where to hide. Therefore, he could only fight to the death. Demonic dragon possession. 3rd level, 5 dragons blessing. He roared. The 5 demonic dragons entered Ling Xiao's body at the same time. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength, speed, internal energy, soul force, and defense had all received an enormous increase. He, who had been suppressed, was actually able to separate the 2 giant hands. Then he did not retreat. Instead, he stomped his foot and rushed forward, thrusting his sword towards the leader of the Dark Dragon team. His target was still the other party's eyes. At this moment, the other party did not have enough time to defend with his hands. He did not believe that he could not succeed. However, the scene that followed still surprised him. At the crucial moment, the Dark Dragon Group's leader closed his eyes. His eyelids appeared to be a thin layer, but the toughness of his eyelids was in no way inferior to the leader's hands. There were even sparks flying out. Ha ha ha, it's useless. With your strength, you can't unleash the true power of the demonic dragon sword. You're dreaming if you want to break my defense. The leader of the Dark Dragon Squad laughed. He opened his bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao into his stomach. Ling Xiao dodged. I can't unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword. That's right, but it's enough to kill you. In the air, Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Within his entire body, a crazy amount of internal energy began to gush out. The powerful energy condensed into a terrifying demonic aura in the sky. This guy's internal energy is so strong. He actually used the demonic aura of the demon dragon sword to completely transform the energy he released. Its power is even more terrifying. If it was a warrior who was one realm higher than him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. No wonder he could kill Xue Tu and the others so easily. It's a pity that he met the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad. All of this is useless. The onlookers saw it the clearest. Although Phoenix in the Cloud was surprised by Ling Zhao's terrifying comprehension and powerful strength, he still believed that the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad was the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad. However, he still thought highly of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group and believed that Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. Boom! The ground exploded. The dragon wings behind the leader of the Dark Dragon Squad flapped. As if he had escaped the suction of the mysterious world, he soared into the sky. He rushed towards Ling Xiao in the sky. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed did not slow down much. This guy was really powerful to the point of being terrifying. Ling Xiao only looked coldly at the opponent who was charging at him. Around his body, black energy filled the air. Then it turned into terrifying demonic lightning. Streaks of black lightning exploded around his body. The originally clear sky was once again covered by black clouds. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of thunder, lightning constantly fell. The lightning struck Ling Zhao's body and was actually absorbed by him. Then it turned into demonic lightning that was contaminated by demonic aura. At that moment, an illusory figure of the god of thunder appeared behind Ling Xiao. However, this thunder god's body was completely black, as if it had been demonized. What kind of martial arts did this kid cultivate? How can he do this? Phoenix in the Cloud was even more surprised. There was actually someone who could attract the heavenly lightning and turn it into demonic lightning. This kind of martial arts was almost impossible for them at their cultivation level. At this moment, the demon dragon sword in Ling Zhao's hand and the demon dragon sun sword that surrounded his body were all entwined with black demonic lightning. They contained a mysterious, sinister, and terrifying aura. Next, I'll use you to test my moves. Transformative stage, Shadow Sword Demon. Kill. In the void, Ling Xiao roared. The demonized thunder god turned into a sword demon. The sword demon and the demonized thunder god seemed to fuse together and exploded with an even more terrifying, evil, and powerful energy. Under the support of the true demon sword Qi, the Shadow Sword Demon, which was originally an immortal grade first heaven martial skill, exploded with the power of an immortal grade second heaven martial skill. Roar! Roar! The leader of the Dark Dragon Group let out an angry roar from his beast-like mouth. His skin no longer belonged to a human. It was infinitely close to a mammoth's. The blood-red light around his body became even denser. It seemed to form a blood-red mammoth, wrapping his body in it. Then he roared crazily and rushed towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power filled the entire sky. It made the black clouds start to tremble. The terrifying Shadow Sword Demon directly bombarded the body of the blood-red mammoth. The mammoth's body seemed to be slightly deformed. A terrifying sound exploded in the sky. However, this sword did not repel the leader of the Dark Dragon Group. Although the blood-red mammoth's body was thwarted, it once again gained the upper hand as the sword Qi became weaker. Then, the leader of the Dark Dragon Group continued his attack. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces revealed a smile. The leader of the Dark Dragon Group's attack was really powerful. Moreover, it was extremely overbearing and unreasonable. As the attacker, his face also bloomed with a victorious smile. Chapter 28:38. The sword was unable to injure the opponent. However, Ling Xiao's face did not have the slightest bit of disappointment. He did not expect the Shadow Sword Demon to be able to pierce through the Dark Dragon Group leader's defense. The sword merely sent the demonic lightning into the blood-red mammoth's body. Perhaps Phoenix in the Cloud, Yamada Taka, and the Dark Dragon Group leader did not notice that within the blood-red, there was a trace of black devil thunder that was constantly disintegrating the power of the bloodline. Can you block the next move? Ling Xiao waved the devil dragon sword in his hand, and an even more powerful move broke through the air. Black Immortal descends. This was originally a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, but now it had the power of a third Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. The Shadow Sword Demon disappeared, and was replaced by the even more powerful Black Immortal. Black Immortal held the Devil Thunder with both hands, and his entire body was condensed from sword chi. This sword pierced through the void, pierced through everything, and instantly arrived in front of the Dark Dragon Group leader. This is impossible. How can he use two powerful moves consecutively in such a short period of time? Not even a moment of pause. The Dark Dragon Group leader could not understand. How did Ling Xiao do it? It simply defied common sense. He may be powerful, but in terms of eyesight and intelligence, he was not as good as Phoenix in the Cloud. That was why he was Phoenix in the Cloud's underling. Even so, he still reacted. With a roar, a huge palm blasted out. This palm, which was wrapped in the blood-red mammoth body, was even more powerful than before. Brother Yun, what do you think? Yamada Taka was also very confused. Ling Xiao used two different moves consecutively. It was really unbelievable. This kid is very cunning. He used the sub-sword to condense the sword move in advance, so he only needed to release the mother sword, not to mention two moves consecutively. Even if he used 10 moves consecutively, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Phoenix in the Cloud was still very powerful. After all, how could someone who could become the vice leader of the dragon cult and suppress Chun Bai so miserably be an ordinary person? In the profound world, there was only one type of move that could be used continuously, and that was the chain skill. But even if it was a chain skill, once it was broken, there would be a pause. However, after Ling Xiao's first move was broken, he immediately unleashed a second move that was even more powerful. This really shocked Phoenix in the Cloud. He felt more and more regret. Why wasn't he the one who discovered Ling Xiao, but Chun Bai? If Ling Xiao could be used by him, then the dragon cult would already be in his hands. Just as he was thinking about this, the sword light collided with the Dark Dragon Group leader's hands again. The sky trembled. The earth trembled. Under this sword, a huge object fell to the ground with a loud bang. Phoenix in the Cloud took a closer look and realized that one of Dark Dragon's fingers had been severed by the sword. From the looks of it, it was just an insignificant injury. But don't forget, the defense that the Dark Dragon Group leader was so proud of was broken. You just said that I can't break your defense. Then I'll break it for you. Ling Xiao stood in the air, cold and frivolous. You're courting death. The Dark Dragon Group leader felt an intense pain coming from his finger. He roared furiously and tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. The demon dragon sword in his hand was aimed at the Dark Dragon Group leader. Devil Thunder, true devil sword chi. A terrifying sword chi was spat out from the demon dragon sword. The sword chi contained the power of Devil Thunder, which was even more terrifying than ordinary true devil sword chi. The sword chi directly pierced through the blood-red mammoth's body and then stabbed into the wound of the severed finger. Ah! At that moment, the Dark Dragon Group leader felt a heart-wrenching pain. All the muscles in his body were twitching violently. However, the pain did not stop. Instead, it continued to spread throughout his body. He could feel that the Devil Thunder and Devil Chi were like a terrifying poison wreaking havoc in his body. For a moment, cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Ah! The Dark Dragon Group leader once again let out a shrill scream. His body fell to the ground like a towering mountain. However, as he fell, this guy also made a reaction that made people's eyes light up. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which shot straight at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would follow up with another attack. Ling Xiao dodged lightly and avoided the blood arrow. He did not pursue. He had already found a way to deal with the other party. There was no need to rush. Boom! The ground completely collapsed. The Dark Dragon Group leader struggled to get up and threw a pill into his mouth. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with an ugly expression. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked down at the Dark Dragon Group leader. His eyes were cold and mocking. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "Kill me? Do you have the right?" Ling Xiao spat out a voice and said disdainfully. These words made the Dark Dragon Group leader's face turn ugly. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi's faces also turned ugly. This sudden turn of events made them somewhat unable to accept it, because from the beginning of the battle, the Dark Dragon Group leader had the absolute advantage. But now, he was injured by Ling Xiao. In his body, there was also the Devil Thunder that was difficult to get rid of. In fact, they had thought too much from the beginning. Ling Xiao had not used his full strength since the beginning of the battle, because there were some things that he did not want to expose. It was a trump card that could save his life. He would only use it when his life was in danger. And obviously, the Dark Dragon Group leader was not qualified. "Dark Dragon, if you can't do it, let me do it," Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. Although she said that, she was actually putting pressure on the Dark Dragon Group leader. If he could not even kill the puny Ling Xiao, how could he be an expert? An expert? It was simply a joke. There's no need for that. Just stand there and watch how I kill him. The Dark Dragon Group leader was completely enraged. He looked at his severed finger and felt the stabbing pain in his body. His expression became more and more ferocious. In his eyes, there was a terrifying killing intent that had never been seen before. Roar, roar! It was like a berserk monster. The Dark Dragon Group leader let out a terrifying roar. The blood-red mammoth that had originally wrapped around his body was actually absorbed into his body and then completely disappeared. And at that moment, the Dark Dragon Group leader's body changed. It began to expand and grow bigger. In the end, from 6 to 7 meters, it became a huge existence that was 10 meters tall. His eyes no longer belonged to a human, but to an ancient beast, a mammoth. What was even more shocking was that the Dark Dragon Group leader's entire body was twisting and transforming. In the end, he completely transformed into a beast. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was no longer a person. Instead, it was a real existence, an ancient mammoth that was as huge as a mountain. An adult mammoth elephant's body was huge. On the plains, other animals did not pose any threat to them. Although female mammoths might be more gentle in normal times, they were abnormally irritable when raising their young. Chapter 2839. Male mammoths lived alone, and their tempers were even more irritable. There was no doubt that mammoths were at the top of the food chain. In ancient times, they had very terrifying combat strength. Although mammoths were basically extinct now, there were still descendants of the mammoth race who had the terrifying blood of mammoths flowing in their bodies. The giant in front of them was the transformation of the Dark Dragon Group's leader. That's right, use all your strength to kill that Ling Xiao. Phoenix in the Cloud looked at this terrifying mammoth and felt very satisfied. Ling Xiao also looked at this giant beast and saw that its four limbs were standing tall like pillars supporting the sky. As early as the ancient times, there were actually many legends. One of them said that the profound world was actually on the back of a mammoth and was carried through the universe. Whether it was true or not, it was unknown. After all, Ling Xiao had never left the profound world, but it could be imagined how terrifying the mammoths were at that time. So people would have such an association. This guy had a ferocious and terrifying face and a pair of eyes that seemed to be bleeding at any time. Its long fangs were actually blood red. It was said that only a few mammoths had blood fangs. This kind of ancient bloodline is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned and thought of his good brother Long Chun. What Long Chun had was the bloodline of the dragon race, which was also incomparably powerful. But if you want to play transformation with me, then I'll play with you to the end. Purple Lightning Bull, monster beast form, transform. As Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, his appearance began to change rapidly. In just an instant, his body also turned into a huge purple lightning bull. It was close to 7 or 8 meters tall, and purple lightning wrapped around its huge body. The surrounding ground was scorched black. Roar. The same roar that belonged to a monster beast came from the mouth of the purple lightning bull. From its huge nostrils, 2 lightning-like balls of air blew out, creating 2 large pits in the ground. What's going on? Yamada Akashi was stunned. Could it be that guy also has some strange bloodline? No, that should be the beast transformation of a beast warrior. It's different from a bloodline. Phoenix in the Cloud shook her head. But that's not right, Brother Yun. I've never seen a beast warrior transform into such a terrifying beast. This is definitely wrong. Yamada Akashi shook his head and said with certainty, could it be a beast god warrior? Phoenix in the Cloud frowned as a terrifying possibility occurred to her. I once heard Chen Sangxiong mention that the 8 immortal city that Ling Xiao occupies has the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Could it be that he actually got it? The beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Could they be the 12 beast gods who once protected the black tortoise continent and chased away the exotic beasts? Yamada Akira asked. Not bad. That's not going to be easy. Although the 12 beast gods are nothing in the entire profound world, they are definitely top-notch existences in the entire black tortoise continent. Their inheritance is practically the strongest inheritance in the black tortoise continent. How could this kid get it? Yamada Takashi frowned. If that's the case, then this kid can't be left alive. Kill him and get the beast soul inheritance of the 12 beast gods. This will be beneficial to our future plans. Phoenix in the Cloud also stared at Ling Xiao. This time, they had really picked up a treasure. However, if he knew that Ling Xiao had a true natal martial spirit in his body, what would he think? The Sky Tyrant martial spirit was an invincible martial spirit in the entire profound world. Die! The giant mammoth beast spat out a rough human voice. Then its forehooves stomped on the ground, and its body rushed out like a small mountain. Because its body was too huge, its terrifying weight caused the ground to shatter again. A terrifying aura spread out in the small martial spirit space. Damn it, it's you! The purple lightning bull spat out Ling Xiao's voice as its terrifying body rushed forward. It spat out purple lightning from its mouth. It was quite shocking. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to suddenly collapse. The purple lightning bull and the giant mammoth beast collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to distort and deform. Even the martial spirit space of the leader of the Dark Dragon group began to tremble violently. A terrifying shockwave was released from the martial spirit space. Even Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Takashi felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. It's really 2 monsters. Yamada Takashi and Phoenix, in the cloud, exclaimed in their hearts. The giant mammoth beast was a bloodline incarnation. It was reasonable to say that it should be much stronger than the martial spirit incarnation. However, this collision was actually unable to disperse the purple lightning bolt. The two ferocious demonic beasts fell into a stalemate on the ground. Then, almost at the same time, they retreated. At the same time, they used all their strength to rush out. Oh my God, what kind of battle is this? It's simply terrifying. Yamada Takashi felt his body trembling. Fortunately, the one fighting Ling Xiao was the leader of the Dark Dragon group, and not him. Otherwise, how could he deal with such a ferocious opponent? Rumble. The heaven and earth collapsed once again. A crazy sandstorm was created on the spot due to the impact of the energy. Then it rose up and covered the entire sky. It's about time. Ling Xiao sensed the cultivation ocean in his body because his opponent, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, was indeed stronger than him. Therefore, the energy in his cultivation sea had been constantly increasing. Now that it had reached its peak, it could break through at any time. But it was also the end. This peak, unless there was an even stronger opponent, otherwise it would be impossible to break through. After all, the threat of the leader of the Dark Dragon group had come to an end. It could not stimulate the potential in Ling Xiao's body to be released. It's time to end this. A cold voice came out from the purple lightning bull's mouth. Ling Xiao once again transformed into the purple lightning bull's battle form. He summoned the demon dragon sword. In that instant, his body was wrapped in black gas that soared into the sky, like an evil spirit that walked out of hell. The giant mammoth beast instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, at this time, it was already too late. Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to use spatial restraint? As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, he had already changed form and transformed into the battle form of the three-headed lava hound. At the same time, the scorching hell was born. This scorching hell, if Ling Xiao was willing, could isolate all auras and light. It made it impossible for the people outside to sense the situation inside, let alone see. He really did not want Phoenix in the cloud and Yamada Takashi to know his true strength, so he had to finish off his opponent in the scorching hell. Moreover, the scorching hell could also greatly increase his combat strength in the three-headed lava hound battle form. This was absolutely beneficial to him. What's going on? Phoenix in the cloud and Yamada Takashi suddenly lost their auras and traces, and they were a little anxious. But in the face of the double spatial isolation, Chapter 2840, silence, incomparable silence. Outside, it had become deathly silent. Only the magma of the scorching hell was constantly rolling and changing. Could it be that Ling Xiao has some secret that he doesn't want us to know? Phoenix in the cloud thought of this, but what could he do? He still couldn't do anything. Will the Dark Dragon be in danger? Yamada Taka asked anxiously. It'll be fine. As far as I know, as long as the Dark Dragon transforms into that form, even if he can't defeat the enemy, he'll be fine. Phoenix in the cloud said confidently. He wasn't worried at all. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao had trapped himself in a cocoon and sent himself to the tiger's den. Roar! Suddenly, a frightened and angry roar came from the scorching hell. This voice was clearly the Ultralisk's. There was fear in the roar, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Something's wrong, Brother Yun. Quickly think of something, or the Dark Dragon will be in danger. Yamada Taka said anxiously. Phoenix in the cloud was no longer as confident as before. He didn't understand why the Ultralisk would make such a sound. Could it be that Ling Xiao really had some trump card that even the Ultralisk was afraid of? Suddenly, as if deliberately releasing a terrifying and fierce aura. It was filled with an ancient, primitive, wild, bloodthirsty, and destructive feeling. This feeling was as if an incredible monster had been born in that scorching hell. This kind of monster shouldn't belong to the mystic world. What was it that could emit such a terrifying aura? And why did Ling Xiao deliberately release such an aura? Could it be that he just wanted to show off? Damn it! Roar. The Ultralisk's roar came again. This time, there was no anger. All that was left was despair, sorrow, pain, and fear. It was as if it had encountered an unprecedented crisis. What's going on? Phoenix in the Cloud was also confused. His confidence had been completely shattered, especially when he thought of Ling Xiao's previous actions. He really couldn't be sure that the Ultralisk was Ling Xiao's opponent. There was no need to even mention Yamada Akashi. He tried to break into the martial spirit space to help, but all his efforts were in vain. Fear and uneasiness grew in the hearts of these two experts. The roar of pain became weaker and weaker, more and more urgent, and finally disappeared completely. The scorching hell, which had been churning violently, gradually regained its tranquility. It was as if the foreign object inside had been removed, and everything was peaceful again. Could it be that the Ultralisk is dead? Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi both realized that the martial spirit space left behind by the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was falling apart. This meant that the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was dead. Only in this way could the martial soul space be removed. If he had taken the initiative to remove it, it should have disappeared instantly. What exactly happened in this terrifying scorching hell? Finally, the martial spirit space disappeared completely. The scorching hell was also taken away in an instant. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akira stared in the direction of the scorching hell. There was a figure standing there. It was Ling Xiao, a domineering and frivolous figure, a cold and handsome figure. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi with a smile that was not a smile. The two experts felt their hair stand on end. The scene in front of them was too terrifying, because there was only Ling Xiao there, and the huge Ultralisk was nowhere to be seen. Even the body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was gone. This scene was simply too bizarre and too frightening. What exactly happened? They looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief in their eyes, and even uneasiness and fear. What was certain was that the Ultralisk was dead, and there was not even a trace of it left. This was too terrifying. What did you do to the Dark Dragon? Phoenix in the Cloud asked angrily. It was as if a louder voice could reduce the fear and uneasiness in his heart. He really did not expect that he would be frightened by such a kid. It was simply embarrassing. But this was the reality. The death of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was too strange. People were always very afraid of the unknown. I ate him. Ling Xiao grinned and gave an answer that Phoenix in the Cloud could not accept. You ate him? Don't joke around. Yamada Akashi also roared, How could you eat him? Nothing is impossible. If you want to deal with me, Ling Xiao, you should have thought of the consequences. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Next, it's the two of you. Since we met here by chance, you two can go down and accompany that guy. After saying this, he suddenly charged toward Yamada Akashi. This Yamada Akashi knew how to break the formation. If he was left alive, he would be a disaster sooner or later. He had to be destroyed first. Moreover, he had already lost an arm. This guy's combat strength would definitely be reduced. He was much easier to kill than Phoenix in the Cloud. Illusion, fog of confusion. Yamada Akashi suddenly roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a thick cloud of smoke. It wrapped around Ling Xiao and instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's figure. Brother Yun, take this opportunity to get rid of him. My fog of confusion has never failed before. I didn't have time to use it before, and he cut off my hand. Now, I want his life to avenge the Dark Dragon. Yamada Akashi said to Phoenix in the cloud. Actually, without him saying anything, Phoenix in the cloud had already launched an attack. With such an excellent opportunity, Phoenix in the cloud naturally had to grasp it tightly and not give Ling Xiao any chance. However, just as he was about to rush out, a voice suddenly rang out. Yamada Akashi heard a voice that claimed his life. Fog of confusion? You actually used an illusion on me. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao was now the least afraid of illusions. His soul power was much stronger than ordinary warriors. Yamada Akashi's soul power was not even 1/10 of his. Yet he actually dared to use an illusion on him. This was an extremely stupid move. Using an illusion on someone whose soul power was stronger than his would only result in a backlash. At this moment, Yamada Akashi had already fallen into an illusion of his own creation. In his illusion, he was being torn apart by a ferocious beast, but his body was completely immobile. In the real world, his throat was being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. Get lost. Phoenix in the cloud knew that Yamada Akashi could not die. If Yamada Akashi died, he would not be able to control the entire Yamada family. Moreover, there were many things related to arrays that he could not solve. He flew over and heavily slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's back. On his palm, there was a cold white flame burning. However, facing Phoenix in the cloud's attack, Ling Xiao did not react at all. The sword in his hand resolutely pierced through Yamada Akashi's throat. At the same time, Phoenix in the cloud's palm also landed on his back. What made Phoenix in the cloud extremely surprised was that on the surface of Ling Xiao's body, a blood-red mammoth blood shadow actually appeared. Chapter 2841. That's impossible. Phoenix in the cloud exclaimed. The fear in his heart grew. Nothing is impossible. I've said it before. I ate him. To be exact, I absorbed his bloodline power. Ling Xiao chuckled. All right, both of them are dead. Next, it's your turn, my vice sect leader. No, I can't die yet. Phoenix in the cloud suddenly shouted. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the distance. F***CK. How did he escape so quickly? Seeing Phoenix in the cloud escape, Ling Xiao had no intention of chasing him. He was actually very tired after killing Shuizhan, the Dark Dragon, and Yamada Zhang. To be honest, he didn't have much chance of winning against Phoenix in the cloud. It would definitely be a tough battle. When he had just devoured the Dark Dragon, he had unexpectedly received a piece of shocking news. It was that domineering blade ghost Li and the Chen Nation's army had worked together to break through demonic Dragon City. He was in a hurry to go back. The reason why he didn't escape and killed Yamada Zhang was purely to intimidate Phoenix in the cloud. That way, it would be easier for him to fight. Now that Phoenix in the cloud had escaped, it saved him a lot of trouble. Master, Mountain Master, Little Gold, Mu Qing, Red Witch, Chun Wan, don't let anything happen to you. I'll be back soon. Ignoring Phoenix in the cloud, Ling Xiao threw the demonic dragon sword into the air and jumped on it. Back to demonic Dragon City. The Nine Suns demonic dragon sword was different from ordinary magic treasures. It had its own consciousness. Like a monster, it could fly on its own and wouldn't consume its master's inner strength. For Ling Xiao, stepping on the demonic dragon sword and returning to demonic Dragon City was obviously more convenient. Whoosh! A sword light flew into the distance. Ling Xiao stood steadily on the wide sword. He closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation. In the previous battle, although he didn't manage to break through, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of the 12th layer of hell. It was time for him to settle down, and because he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, he needed to recover well. At this moment, on a grassland more than 10 miles away from the Devil Dragon City, several figures were fighting with a ferocious demonic beast. There were a total of 4 people. 2 of them were Ling Zhao's old acquaintances, Mu Qing and Chen Luan. As for the other 2, they were somewhat unfamiliar. One of them was a young man in his 20s. The other person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mu Qing and Chen Luan had received orders from sect leader Chen Bai to rush out of the city to seek help before the city was breached. The dragon cult had quite a few branches in the outside world. Other than those who were secretly bought over by Phoenix in the Cloud, there were also a few who were loyal to Chen Bai. They wanted to seek help from these branches. However, what shocked them was that these few branches that were still loyal to Chen Bai were actually all annihilated. Only the middle-aged man and the young man were saved. The young man's name was Feng Ran, and the middle-aged man was his father, Feng Hao. One was the young leader of a branch, and the other was the leader of a branch. Since they couldn't get help, Mu Qing and Chen Luan planned to return to the Devil Dragon City. No matter what, they had to live and die with the dragon cult. However, on the way, they encountered the war beast raised by the Qin Kingdom's army. This was a terrifying demonic tiger, whose strength had reached the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm. It was 6 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. It could spit fire when it opened its mouth, and its claws and teeth were extremely sharp. Miss Mu Qing, this monster is too strong. You should deal with it. Feng Hao suggested. My injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Feng Ran isn't strong enough. What are you 2 talking about? It was Mu Qing who saved you. Moreover, the sect leader has been treating you well all these years. How can you let Mu Qing take the risk alone? Chen Luan was a little angry. Brother Chen Luan, don't say any more. You 2 stay aside. Leave this demonic tiger to me. Mu Qing was also a little dissatisfied. However, Feng Hao was indeed injured. If his injuries worsened, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he returned to demonic Dragon City. As she spoke, she walked forward alone to face the ferocious demonic tiger. Although this demonic tiger's cultivation wasn't as high as hers, demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh. Their combat strength might not be weaker than hers. This battle might be a tough one. Mu Qing, let me help you. Although you are strong, you have been the only one fighting along the way. We relied on you to fend off the Qin nation's pursuers and the traitors. No matter what, please let me help. Chen Luan couldn't help but ask. No need. Your mission is to take good care of the 2 of them. Mu Qing shook her head. Of course, she knew Chen Luan's good intentions. However, Chen Luan's strength was too weak compared to this demonic tiger. He couldn't be of much help. If she really wanted to help, Feng Hao could. Unfortunately, he was injured. All right then, be careful. However, if there's really danger, I'll definitely help. After Chen Luan finished speaking, he stood aside and took out his weapon. Although he knew that he couldn't be of much help, he could still block some of the attacks for Mu Qing. It was definitely worth exchanging his life for Mu Qing's. At the very least, that was what he thought. Soon, Mu Qing and the demonic tiger were engaged in battle. Feng Hao and Feng Ran sat to the side and rested. They were far from the battlefield and Chen Luan. Father, are your injuries all right? Feng Ran asked. Sure, lower your voice. My injuries have already healed. However, the situation is still unclear. How can we make an enemy of the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Let's wait and see. If the situation isn't right, We'll kill these two fellows and join the Qin kingdom. After all, we'll still enjoy the glory and wealth." Feng Hao sneered. "Brilliant, father. I thought you'd be stupid enough to go to demonic Dragon City to help that Qin Bai. He should be like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long." Feng Ren said excitedly, "That might not be the case. That's why we have to wait. If Qin Bai has any trump cards that can turn the tide, we can help him. Although the reputation of being a fence-sitter isn't good, we can live for a long time. We'll side with whoever is stronger." Feng Hao said proudly. "No wonder father didn't want to help. I knew it. If you were to help, you should be able to easily deal with that demonic tiger." Feng Ran smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the other side. It turned out that the battle between Mu Qing and the demonic tiger was nearing its end. The demonic tiger was heavily injured by Mu Qing and was on the verge of death. Mu Qing also exhausted too much energy and stood there gasping for breath. "I'll help you end it." Suddenly, Feng Ran rushed out and pierced the demonic fox's neck with his sword. Then he cut off its huge head. Before Mu Qing could say anything, Feng Ran had already taken out the demonic tiger's demonic beast core and placed it into his storage ring. This scene made Mu Qing smile bitterly. However, because the dragon cult needed Feng Hao's strength, she didn't say anything. Chapter 2842. Seeing Feng Ran's actions, Chun Luan was furious. Mu Qing had risked her life to kill the demonic tiger. Now that she had consumed so much energy, Feng Ran actually took advantage of it. The most despicable thing was that Feng Ran actually thought it was natural and did not ask for Mu Qing's opinion. He was obviously looking down on Mu Qing. "Bastard, take out the demonic beast core and return it to Mu Qing." Chun Luan roared. Feng Ren squinted at Chun Luan and showed some disdain. He was afraid of Mu Qing, but he was not afraid of Chun Luan. Because he was stronger than Chun Luan, he was already at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. "I killed the demonic tiger and took its core. What's wrong with that?" Moreover, Mu Qing didn't say anything. "Why are you being so long-winded? With your strength, I really don't know how you became the demonic dragon's envoy. What a disgrace." "Bah!" Feng Ren spat on the ground and scolded. "Kid, let's fight alone if you dare." Chun Luan had been tolerating this father and son for a long time. Since he saved them, they were like masters. They were always taken care of, but refused to do anything. Even the ordinary pursuers would find excuses to stop him, saying that they were injured or not strong enough. Now that he had snatched Mu Qing's demonic beast core, how could he tolerate it? "All right, I'm not Feng Ran if I'm afraid of you." Feng Ran mocked. "I'm just afraid that when I embarrass myself, you'll kneel on the ground and cry." "Come on." Chun Luan roared. He was the kind of person who could be beheaded and bleed, but he would never be humiliated. In his opinion, his backbone was more important than his life. "That's enough, Chun Luan. We still have important matters to attend to. Don't cause internal strife here." Mu Qing suddenly looked at Chun Luan and said, "Mu Qing, you—" Chun Luan was stunned. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at how sensible Mu Qing is. Learn from her." Feng Ran laughed heartily and sat back down comfortably. A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes, but she did not make a move. In fact, she was even angrier than Chun Luan. But now she could only focus on the big picture. What was a little grievance? Moreover, she had just fought with the demonic tiger and was now exhausted. If she really fought with Feng, how? They would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to endure it. "Ha! Miss Mu Qing is indeed a good person." Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the forest. Figures walked out of the forest, one after another. The man in the lead looked at Mu Qing indifferently and smiled, Our monster tiger battle beast's combat strength isn't bad. It once killed a cultivator with the same cultivation as young lady, but I didn't expect it to be killed so easily by young lady. The eyes of these people were as cold as frost, revealing a terrifying killing intent and cruelty. One look, and one could tell that he was not a good person. A warrior from the Chun state. Mu Qing frowned. There was no need to ask. She could tell from the other party's attire. You got it right, but there's no reward. All of you prepare to die. 1. As the other party spoke, a terrifying killing intent suddenly blossomed in the air, enveloping the four of them. Dad, that guy seems to be the skeleton general, one of the new 7 generals of the Chun Nation's Heavenly Thunder Legion. Feng Ran approached Feng Hao and said in a low voice, "That's right, it's the skeleton generals. Rumor has it that the new 7 great generals were all recruited through conscription. They are the 7 hidden experts of the Chun Nation. In order to invite them out, the Thunder Emperor gave them a sizable reward." Of course, Feng Hao understood the new 7 great generals better than Feng Ran. He also knew that these 7 people were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the previous 7 great generals. They were all experts at the 12th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. The weakest was this skeleton general. However, he was still a late-stage cultivator at the 12th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. Are we still going to follow those 2 idiots to their deaths? Feng Ran asked. Of course not. Feng Hao originally wanted to wait until he went to the demonic dragon city and saw the situation before deciding which side to join. However, the appearance of the skeleton general changed his mind. He did not want to be enemies with such a strong person. He walked forward and cupped his hands. I am Feng Hao, the former branch master of the dragon cult's branch. However, I am now willing to turn over a new leaf and join the Chun Nation. I can even help you deal with them. What? Hearing this, Mu Qing felt her body tremble violently. She had been holding back and not making a move because she thought that Feng Hao would not betray her. However, Feng Hao's words completely shattered her fantasy and brought her back to reality. You 2 shameless bastards! Chen Luan roared angrily. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! You 2 are really shameless. However, if you want to join us, you have to do one thing first. Didn't you just say that you will help us kill those 2? Do it now. The skeleton general looked up to the sky and laughed a few times, then said with a smile. He did not believe Feng Hao and Feng Ran at all. Moreover, even if Feng Hao and Feng Ran wanted to join the Chun Nation, he would not agree. Why would he want people who could betray their own people at any time? Did they want to betray him? However, Feng Hao did not think of this. He was anxious to make a contribution and wanted to take advantage of Mu Qing's exhaustion to kill her easily. Many thanks, General, for giving us this opportunity. We will do it now. Feng Hao chuckled coldly and looked at Mu Qing. I'm sorry, Miss Mu Qing. The dragon cult is already on its last legs. It is impossible for it to make a comeback. Just accept your death obediently and let us father and son seek riches. Feng Ran also looked at Chun Luan and said, Didn't you want to fight me alone just now? Now that there is a chance, I will let you know that you are nothing compared to me. Surround them. Don't let them escape. The skeleton general laughed coldly and ordered his subordinates to surround Mu Qing and Chun Luan. You 2 shameless bastards. Today, even if I, Mu Qing, die, I will drag you down with me. I was really blind. I actually still had expectations for you 2. Truly laughable. Mu Qing was extremely distressed. That's right. You were blind. We are indeed shameless. But so what? The ones who are going to die now are you 2, not us. Feng Hao's laughter was filled with thick sarcasm. They will not die. But you too will definitely die. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was as loud as thunder. It stunned everyone. They all raised their heads to look. Soon, a person stepped on the sword. He was as handsome as a tree in the wind, looking very confident and at ease. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head, but his body emitted an aura of death. That sword was even more ferocious and terrifying. It was like a living thing releasing a terrifying demonic aura. The youth rode on the sword and stepped on the air. Chapter 28:43. The young man stood on his sword, floating in the air. His chiseled face was cold and awe-inspiring. His gaze was fixed on the father and son duo, Feng Hao and Feng Ran. Your Excellency, please mind your own business. This is a war between the Qin nation and the dragon cult. You have to think carefully. Feng Hao narrowed his eyes. He keenly discovered that although this young man was young, he was very strong, especially the strange sword under his feet, which exuded a terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast. He did not want to provoke such a person. In this world, there were many hidden experts who had never come out, so they did not know the situation outside. If he could avoid offending them, he would try his best not to. The skeleton general also looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, I am the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion. Skeleton. Young hero, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. These two people are monsters of the dragon cult. They deserve to be killed for bringing disaster to the world. However, when Mu Qing and Chen Luan saw Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. Mu Qing could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's strength had skyrocketed. Although the sword under Ling Xiao's feet was not the same as Chen Bai's demon dragon sword, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Now that Ling Xiao was here, they were naturally safe. Ling Xiao, you successfully obtained the demon dragon sword. Mu Qing shouted excitedly, feeling as if she had seen her family. This shout made the people of the Chen nation, Feng Hao and Feng Ran, take a step back nervously, their expressions quickly becoming serious. Ling Xiao. This young man on the sword was actually Ling Xiao, who made countless people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. The great enemy of the Qin nation's royal family, the thorn and phoenix in the cloud side, the thorn in the flesh. He was also Chen Bai's last disciple, the young master of the dragon cult. They actually told Ling Xiao not to meddle in other people's business. Just thinking about it made them feel ridiculous. You want to destroy the dragon cult, kill my master, and kill my senior brothers and sisters. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you don't even recognize me? I think the person you want to kill the most should be me. Ling Xiao looked at this group of idiots with a faint smile. He was still standing on his sword, his eyes cold. A murderous aura instantly filled the air. In an instant, he suddenly moved. Stepping on the demonic dragon sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated Feng Ran's body. Feng Ran was split into two halves. Shameless traitor, this is your fate. Landing on the ground, Ling Xiao grasped the demon dragon sword in his hand, and 9 demon dragon sun swords appeared around his body. You killed my son. Feng Hao was enraged. His terrifying aura continued to expand and climb. Although he had heard of some of Ling Xiao's deeds, he did not know that Ling Xiao had killed the leader of the Dark Dragon Group, Yamada Takashi, and the others. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have been so impulsive. I killed him. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Hao coolly and said, Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. Kid, aren't you a little too complacent? You actually dare to kill someone who wants to join us in front of me, the skeleton general? The skeleton general was a little annoyed. Ling Xiao killed people without caring about him at all. Oh, you didn't say anything. I almost forgot. You said that you are the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion, Skeleton. Didn't anyone tell you that your predecessor died in my 10 extremes formation?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "Of course I know, but how can that trash compare to me?" The skeleton general said disdainfully. "This general is a hidden expert recruited by the Qin country's royal family." "Is that so? But in my eyes, you are no different from him. You are just putting up a bid to sell your head," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Hateful, kill him for me. Kill him." Ever since the skeleton general became the general of the Sky Thunder Legion, he had never been so annoyed. This Ling Xiao actually dared to look down on him. His subordinates really didn't know fear. Perhaps they didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, but they actually shouted and charged at Ling Xiao. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and 9 demon dragons' sun swords instantly charged into the crowd. In an instant, more than 10 lives were lost. Those sharp demon dragons' sun swords were really suitable to be used as flying swords. The moment he made a move, it immediately intimidated everyone. Feng Hao, who originally planned to launch a sneak attack, was also stunned. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Everyone stared at the youth and the 9 ferocious black flying swords revolving around him. Their hearts trembled violently. "What sword is that? Why is it so terrifying? Don't you know? This is the 9 Sun Demon Dragon Sword. 1 Mother Sword, 9 Sun Swords," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Demon Dragon Sword." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the skeleton general and Feng Hao both revealed a shocked expression. They had seen the demon dragon sword before. Thinking about it carefully, the demon dragon sword that Chun Bai used before looked very similar to one of those sun swords. How did this guy get 9 of these swords all of a sudden? It's too terrifying. Answer my question. How many people did you send to Demon Dragon City? Who is the strongest? Ling Xiao's sharp eyes stared at the skeleton general. Before rushing back to Demon Dragon City, he needed to figure out the other party's background. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think this general is afraid of you?" The skeleton general roared, and a huge skeleton appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had seen this guy's martial soul in the Divine Phoenix continent before, but it was definitely not as strong as this guy. But that was only relative. This skeleton general was only at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. In front of him, he would be killed in an instant. His actual combat strength might not be as good as Shuizhan. "Ha ha ha, are you afraid? I know your background very well. If you obediently kneel down and tie your hands, I can consider sparing your life." The skeleton general laughed loudly, but in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end. That was because a sword was already pressed against his neck. Feeling the cold, demonic aura and killing intent from the demon dragon sword, the skeleton general instantly knelt on the ground. "This spineless guy. Don't kill me." Fear quickly filled his body. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao attacked just now. He absolutely believed that as long as Ling Xiao wanted to, he could kill him in an instant. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Chun nation that the skeleton general brought were scared silly. The dignified skeleton general was actually so weak. Feng Hao was even more shocked. He looked at his son's corpse on the ground, gritted his teeth, turned around, and fled into the distance. He knew very well that he was no match for the skeleton general, so he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he didn't escape now, when would he? However, could he escape? Feng Hao directly collided with the 9 demon dragon swords. 9 vital points on his body were pierced, and he died in an instant. Letting you die like this is a bit too easy for you. But don't worry, I'll use your corpse to do something later. Chapter 2844. A moment later, Feng Hao stood up again shakily. Demonic corpse. Ling Xiao had used it twice before, but because it was too annoying, He didn't want to use it easily. But this time, the dragon cult was trapped, so he needed more help. So, not only did Ling Xiao collect Feng Hao's corpse, but he also collected the corpses of Xue Zhan, Xue Tu, the 3 deputy leaders of the Dark Dragon cult, and Yamada Taka. He put them in a separate storage ring, ready to use. He couldn't use the corpse of the Dark Dragon cult leader because he had already destroyed it. Seeing this strange scene, Mu Qing and Chen Wan felt a little scared. Not to mention the Chun soldiers. I beg you, I'll tell you everything. Please don't let me become like this and have my corpse ruined after I die. The skeleton general was scared out of his wits. Blood splattered as the skeleton general's throat was pierced. Every Qin soldier's heart trembled violently. Dead, the dignified skeleton general died before winning the battle. He hadn't even killed a single person, but he had already lost his life. One move, just one move. After putting away the skeleton general's corpse, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Qin soldiers and said, "You have no right to negotiate with me. Speak, or I'll turn all of you into demonic corpses." The Qin soldiers had long lost the courage to resist, especially when they saw Feng Hao turned into a demonic envoy. They trembled in fear and panic. "You're the deputy general, right? You'll speak. Answer my question." Ling Xiao pointed his sword at one of them. That person didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly said, "The 7 legions of the Sky Thunder Legion have all been mobilized. The 7 new generals have also set out. They were all at the late stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest were, of course, the new 1st and 2nd generals. In addition, the 12th and 11th princes, who were cultivating outside, rushed back to supervise the army. The sects of these 2 princes were very powerful. It was said that they could easily destroy a small country like the Qin kingdom. The 2 of them only pursued martial arts and did not care about the throne. Thus, they had returned to help the 14th prince, Chen Sangxiong. Furthermore, their cultivations were not at all inferior to Chen Sangxiong's, although they were a few years older. Unexpectedly, the sons of the Thunder Emperor are all very capable. I thought that only the 14th prince would be hard to deal with. Unexpectedly, 12th and 11th are not easy to deal with either." Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of a large sect that could easily wipe out the Qin nation. However, he would know once he stepped out of the Qin nation. Feng Hao killed them. Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not do it himself. Instead, he handed these people over to Devil Corpse Feng Hao. "Leave these people alive. Stop joking around." If he spared them, he would soon meet them in Demon Dragon City. Who would dare to show mercy on the battlefield? Those who were merciful on the battlefield were probably already buried with weeds. These people were just some small fries. With Feng Hao's strength, it was easy for him to kill them. It didn't take long for Feng Hao to finish off all of the Chun State's soldiers. These people followed the skeleton general to attack Demon Dragon City, killing the dragon cult disciples. As for Ling Xiao, he was the dragon cult's young sect master. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with killing all of them. What a pity! This Feng Hao wanted to be a traitor when he was alive. Now that he is dead, he is obedient, Mu Qing lamented. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Demon Dragon City. Ling Xiao tossed out the Demon Dragon sword. Then he jumped onto the broadsword and got Chen Luan and Mu Qing to sit on it as well. Go! At Xiao Chen's command, the Demon Dragon sword sped towards Demon Dragon City. Indeed, Demon Dragon City had fallen. The flames of war and slaughter were everywhere. After the Qin nation's soldiers entered Demon Dragon City, they did not care whether the people living in the city were from the dragon cult or not. They only pursued one goal: kill them all. The poor civilians who did not believe in Qinbai but believed that the Chun Nation's army could protect them, all died tragically under the Chun Nation soldiers' butcher knives. However, the poor civilians were detestable. Chun Bai had protected them for so many years. However, when the city fell, they chose to believe in the Chun Nation. If he died, it would serve him right. There were also some martial artists who came to Demon Dragon City to play. They had no grudges with the dragon cult or the Chun Nation's royal family. However, they were still treated as enemies. The reason for the Sky Thunder Legion's commander, the Fire Beacon General, was that he was worried that the dragon cult's monsters would sneak in. Therefore, he would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. At this moment, the outside of the Demon Palace was also very lively. 6 of the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals were there. The 12th Prince and the 11th Prince were also there. Domineering Blade, Ghost, Li was also there. He finally revealed his ferocious teeth and chose to betray the dragon cult. Behind them was a dense army. In front of them were Chun Bai, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Muyu, those who were not strong enough hid in the Demon Palace for now. Inside the Demon Palace, many pairs of eyes stared outside. It's too scary. The Chun Nation's strength has increased greatly through this national recruitment. I heard that there are more than 100 martial artists at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm and the 12th level of hell. Our dragon cult really can't compare. The hearts of these people trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. With the sect master here, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing they could hope for was that Chun Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Xiao Jin would not be defeated. Otherwise, this demon palace would instantly turn into ruins, and none of them would be able to block that terrifying attack. Surrender, Sect Master. The Thunder Emperor has ordered that as long as you are willing to surrender, you will still be a noble of the Chun Nation. You will still enjoy glory and wealth. Your stubborn resistance is meaningless. I know how strong you are, but you are definitely not a match for all of us combined, Domineering Blade ghostly said coldly. Domineering Blade ghostly said coldly. Chun Bai stood there, dressed in black robes and surrounded by dense demonic chi. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he looked more like a demon sect master, filled with a domineering aura. Even if demonic Dragon City was broken, even if he was forced to the demon palace, he still did not panic in the slightest. Those cold eyes and the powerful demonic aura still made people wary. Domineering Blade, Ghost, Li did not want to fight head-on because Chun Bai was strong. If they fought head-on, even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. To them, it was not worth it. Cut the crap. Just attack. If I, Chun Bai, frown, I am not the dragon cult's sect master. Chun Bai looked at Domineering Blade ghostly mockingly and said, when my disciple retrieves the demon dragon sword, all of you will die. Ha ha. Sect master. Oh, sect master, your expectations for that brat are a little too high. To tell you the truth, everyone in the Dark Dragon group has already ambushed him midway. Even if they can't kill him, there are still Vice Sect Master Yun, Clan Leader Yamada, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, and Shuezhan on Demonic Dragon Mountain. Do you think he can still come back alive? Chapter 2845. He will come back alive. Chun Bai's trust in Ling Xiao had become unbreakable ever since Ling Xiao had caused a ruckus at the Phoenix in the Cloud residence. He did not believe that anyone could kill Ling Xiao, unless it was a terrifying existence that could make it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. However, there was no such person in the state of Chun. Thus, he was not worried. Tyrannical Blade ghostly frowned, clearly not expecting Chun Bai's reaction. He had said so much purely because he feared Chun Bai's strength and wanted to use Ling Xiao to disturb Chun Bai's mind. Of course, his other goal was to use this occasion to tell everyone that anyone who dared to disobey the Chun royal family would die. This time, the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals had all come out. The 2 princes, who had been cultivating outside, had returned to lead the team. These 9 people were all experts at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Together with Ghostly, there were 10 of them. Such a terrifying lineup was nothing more than an attempt to break down the dragon cult's resistance. Ghostly, don't waste words. Since this old thing doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. An expert from the Chun royal family said coldly he was the Sky Thunder Legion's 6th general, and his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 12th level of hell. He knew that Chun Bai was also at this level. Thus, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Chun Bai. He did not want Ghostly to waste any more time. Ghostly silently cursed, "Idiot!" He was well aware of Chun Bai's strength. Underestimating Chun Bai would not end well. Although these reclusive experts were powerful, their horizons were too narrow. Chun Bai coldly looked at the 6th general, a mocking smile on his lips. "If you want to attack, go ahead. I guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Contempt. That's right. Chun Bai's expression was filled with merciless contempt. "You're courting death." The 6th general's expression was extremely ugly. This Chun Bai was already at death's door, yet he still dared to look down on him. This was unacceptable to him. Boom. A murderous aura filled the air. The 6th general walked out of the crowd and pushed Tyrannical Blade Ghostly away. He wanted to kill Chun Bai and end this boring confrontation. "I don't need to kill you. Little Gold, you do it." Chun Bai was the strongest of the 3, so he had to keep an eye on the 1st general, the 2nd general, and the 2 princes. As for the others, Xiao Jin and Xiao Muyu were enough. All right. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew to Chun Bai. F***CK. Are you looking down on me? They actually sent a demonic beast to fight with me? The 6th general was very unhappy. "Look down on you? If you can block one of his attacks, then come and fight me." Chun Bai sneered disdainfully. "All right, if that's the case, then I'll kill him first, then I'll kill you." The 6th general looked at Xiao Jin and casually waved his hand. "Evil creature, come on, don't waste time." Xiao Jin knew that the 6th general looked down on him. But this was good. He did not transform into his golden crow form. Instead, he maintained his palm-sized bird and flew toward the 6th general. Only when his opponent completely underestimated him could he really kill him with one attack. He flew very slowly, as if he had no strength. The power in his body was quickly gathering, ready to explode at the critical moment. Get lost if you're scared. With your tortoise-like speed, do you think you can touch me? Ridiculous. The 6th general was very unhappy. He wanted to kill Xiao Jin as soon as possible, so he took the initiative to attack. But he looked down on Xiao Jin too much, so he just casually threw out a palm. As far as he was concerned, this palm strike could easily kill Xiao Jin. He could feel the power released from Xiao Jin's body. A loud laugh burst out from his mouth. "Evil creature, with your little strength, don't mention killing this general, you can't even do anything to an ordinary martial artist of the 11th level of hell." But the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt end. The 6th general suddenly felt a terrifying temperature that could completely melt his soul. Hot. Blazing. It was so hot that his divine sense became unclear. At that moment, he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy in an attempt to counterattack. But the time was too short. How could he deal with Xiao Jin's attack that was ready to be launched? The energy that he had just circulated was instantly eliminated by the terrifying heat. Save me!" He roared in horror and turned to flee. At the same time, he shouted at his men. This guy looked very fierce, but his courage was smaller than the eye of a needle. "Can you escape?" Jean spoke in human language, and his body suddenly became huge. The entire space was enveloped by a golden light. The heat increased exponentially. In just a moment, the stone slabs on the ground were burned to ashes. "Kill!" Jean roared. The golden light wrapped around the sixth general like a molten iron ball. The sixth general could clearly feel that his body was melting just like a candle. "Stop!" Domineering Blade Ghost Lee, who was standing at the side, naturally could not watch the sixth general be burned alive. The death of the sixth general was nothing. The problem was that once the sixth general died, the morale of the Qin Nation's army would plummet. The remaining members of the dragon cult, who were already in fear and trepidation, would have their morale greatly boosted. At that time, it would not be good. As he roared, he took out his blade and slashed at Jean. The ferocious blade energy seemed to want to split Jean in half. "This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." A clear, female voice rang out. Xiao Muyu suddenly attacked. A long sword that looked like it was condensed from ice crystals pierced out. A cold aura wrapped around Domineering Blade Ghost Lee's body. What? Domineering Blade Ghost Lee did not expect Xiao Muyu, who had not shown her strength, to be so powerful. If he slashed at Jean, then he would die. This was not a good deal. He had no choice but to use the blade that was aimed at Jean to block Xiao Muyu's attack. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the space. Domineering Blade Ghost Lee's body was pushed back dozens of steps, while Xiao Muyu only took 3 or 4 steps back. The difference between taking the initiative to attack and passively defending was quite big. Ah! A shrill scream came from the fiery golden light. This was the last sound that the sixth general left in this world. His entire body was melted by the fiery golden light and turned into blood-red steam. The sixth general was dead. He was killed by the demonic beast that he looked down on. And it only took one move. Jean had displayed his powerful combat strength. At the same time, he had intimidated all of his enemies. Ling Xiao had once told him not to reveal his true strength unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 2846. They were furious. They were extremely furious. The soldiers of the Qin Nation stared at the Golden Crow. Their sixth general had actually been killed by this bird. This was a great humiliation. All of this had happened right in front of them, but they could not stop it. The only one who had a chance to stop it was Ghostly, but he was easily stopped by Xiao Muyu. They could only watch as their sixth general died, tragically. The lackey of the Qin Nation's royal family is indeed shameless. How dare you launch a sneak attack in a one-on-one battle? Domineering Blade Ghost Lee, you are indeed a traitor. You have really displayed your shamelessness to the extreme. Xiao Muyu was usually not a talkative person, but today she said such words. Her voice was full of sarcasm and sarcasm. She felt very happy. Ever since she escaped from Phoenix in the Cloud's control, she lived every day as if it was a festival. Even if she died fighting together with Chen Bai today, she would have no regrets. However, after hearing Xiao Muyu's words, the people of the Qin Nation did not look happy. After all, some people still cared about their reputation. And you bitch. You followed Phoenix in the Cloud before, but you were just a pair of broken shoes. What right do you have to talk about me? Ghostly said coldly. He could not find any reason to argue, so he could only use more vicious words to attack Xiao Muyu. Hearing this, Xiao Muyu's face instantly turned pale. This was a stain on her life. No matter what reason she had, She could not wash it away. However, at this moment, a strong and warm hand grabbed her hands. Muyu, I don't care what others think of you. I only know that you endured such a great grievance because of me. Don't worry whether it is Phoenix in the cloud or Ghost Lee, I will kill them for you. Chun Bai grabbed the hands of his beloved woman. He felt very guilty. He had blamed Xiao Muyu for more than 10 years, and he finally understood everything 2 days ago. The so-called sworn brother that he had let go of so many times was simply a beast in human skin. Brother! Xiao Muyu's heart melted, and the color returned to her face. She had such a man who was willing to love and understand her. Her hard work and grievances for so many years were worth it. Xiao Muyu, you have to think clearly. If you follow Phoenix in the cloud, you can continue to be a tyrant and be a rich wife. But if you follow Chunbai, you will die. The first general narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even if Phoenix in the cloud has wealth and glory, I don't care. Even if Chunbai has nothing, I'm willing to live and die with him. You don't have to deceive me. Today, Xiao Muyu, can only be your enemy. I will never be your friend. Xiao Muyu's attitude was firm. The first general's face was extremely gloomy. At this time, the demonic dragon city had already fallen. Many people were begging to join the Chun nation and leave the dragon cult. However, Xiao Muyu obviously had an innate advantage, but she didn't want it. What a stupid woman. Well, since you want to die, then don't blame us. Phoenix in the cloud asked us to spare your life, but it seems that it's impossible now. After the first general finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jin and said, Evil creature, you killed my 6th general. I can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Chun nation's royal family. Bulsh *T. I don't care about idiots like you who can't live past today. Xiao Jin's attitude was even more clear. He directly scolded. What a joke. He and Ling Xiao were like brothers. How could he abandon Ling Xiao and pledge allegiance to the Chun nation's royal family? More importantly, he knew in his heart that as long as his boss came back, none of these people would be able to leave alive. They dared to attack the demonic dragon city. These people were really bold. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, the Chun nation soldiers looked even worse. Not to mention Xiao Muyu, even a demonic beast, looked down on the Chun nation's royal family and wanted to be enemies with the Chun nation's army. What was going on today? Could it be that the Chun nation's royal family no longer had any dignity? Xiao Jin, actually, you don't have to do this. You and Ling Xiao haven't been in the dragon cult for long. There's no need to go to such lengths for the dragon cult. Chunbai was very grateful. He looked at Xiao Jin and said, Why don't I block these guys? You go and find Ling Xiao. Just protect him and avenge us in the future. That won't do. Boss asked me to stay and help you, so I have to stay. As for him, you don't have to worry at all. That old bastard Phoenix in the cloud is no match for Boss. Xiao Jin laughed and said, Although Boss and I haven't been in the dragon cult for long, we are people who value friendship and righteousness. We are not like some people who have eaten so many years of food in the stomach of a dog. How dare you go back on your word? Shameless. Ha ha ha. Well said, Xiao Jin. No wonder you can become my brother. Your temper is really to my liking. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the void. There was an extremely strong, domineering, and murderous aura in the laughter. Everyone looked up and saw a sword light descending from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is back. The young cult leader is back. Mu Qing, Chen Luan, and the others are here too. Looks like the reinforcements are here. They must be the reinforcements. We are saved. Seeing the three people standing or sitting on the broadsword, the disciples of demon dragon religion, who were trapped in the demon palace, shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao stood on the sword, looking so cool that it made countless people envious. The sword was ferocious and terrifying. It was as black as ink and exuded a powerful aura. It was like a ferocious beast that could devour human life at any time. Ling Xiao hadn't been in the dragon cult for long, but he had shown his face many times. Therefore, many people in the dragon cult recognized him. The current Ling Xiao seemed to be more reserved and powerful than a few days ago. His every move gave off the feeling of a peerless expert. Chun Bang naturally saw Ling Xiao and the terrifying demon sword. Could that be the origin sword of the Nine Sons demon dragon sword? Chun Bai was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his last disciple would get something that even he couldn't get. This was really shocking and delightful. He really didn't take in the wrong disciple. Back then, when Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, he tried his best to protect him. He even offended many people in the cult because of this. Now, Ling Xiao used his strength and actions to prove that he, Chun Bai, didn't misjudge him, let alone protect him. Mu Qing, where are the reinforcements you called? Xiao Muyu hurriedly asked when he thought of the serious matter. Master, the branches that supported us have been destroyed by the Qin nation's army. Feng Hao and Feng Ran, that shameless father and son. We saved them, but they repaid our kindness with ingratitude. If Ling Xiao hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in trouble. Chapter 28:47. You didn't get any reinforcements. Hearing Mu Qing's words, the dragon cult's hope was extinguished again. Only Ling Xiao came. What could he do? Ling Xiao's strength was probably not even on par with Mu Qing. Reinforcements? I alone am enough. Ling Xiao stood on his sword and smiled coldly. Today, none of the enemies who step into demonic Dragon City will leave. Ha ha ha, what arrogance! You, even your master, Chun Bai, wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Let's not talk about us. Just the soldiers who attacked demonic Dragon City, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Can you kill all of them? The first general laughed maniacally. Not to mention him. Even many people from the demon dragon cult felt that Ling Xiao's tone was a little too arrogant. It was impossible. I don't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of those scum. When two armies fight, killing is understandable. However, they harm civilians. They don't even let 2-year-old children go. Many women have been defiled. If we don't kill these scum, the civilians won't be angry. Ling Xiao said calmly. Who can help you? The first general sneered. Do you dare to let those trash from the 8 Immortals County do it? Are you deaf? Can't you hear the screams of your people? Ling Xiao mocked. What? When the first general heard this, he hurriedly circulated his internal energy to improve his hearing. A moment later, he heard the screams of the Qin nation's soldiers. How is this possible? Who is it? Who is killing my soldiers? The first general panicked. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao shouldn't have reinforcements. The 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon Group and more than 100 subordinates are all martial artists at the 11th level of hell and above. The 4 deputy team leaders are martial artists at the 12th level of hell and above. In addition, the team leader of the Yamada family, Yamada Zhang, is a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell and above. The skeleton general and Feng Hao are martial artists at the late stage of the 12th level of hell and above. And the skeleton general's 500 subordinates, they are all my reinforcements. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. There's also a 1-star 12-level hell demon tiger. Ling Xiao said these words unhurriedly. Impossible. Why would Old 7 help you? There's also Yamada Akashi and the members of the Dark Dragon Group. They're all subordinates of Phoenix in the cloud. The first general roared. Hee hee, of course I have my ways. They were all people who chased after me, but unfortunately they have become my puppets. Therefore, with so many experts, even if there were hundreds of thousands of mobs, what could they do? Sooner or later, they would all be killed. But don't be too sad, because all of you will also go to hell with them. Ling Zhao's confident and frivolous voice raised the morale of the dragon cult members. Sect leader, let us go out and fight. Although we are not strong enough, we can still deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. We can't stay here and be protected forever. In the Demon Palace, the Red Witch shouted, All right, since there are experts helping you, you can go and train. Don't let those scum destroy the Demon Dragon City. Chunbai absolutely believed in Ling Zhao's words. Although those words sounded a little unbelievable, he believed that Ling Zhao would not talk nonsense. With Chunbai's order, the middle and lower disciples who were hiding in the Demon Palace rushed out. Only the weak civilians were still hiding in the Demon Palace. You still want to help? All of you will die here. Seeing so many people rushing out, the first general's killing intent immediately rose. Although he did not understand why those experts would help Ling Zhao, he just wanted to finish the battle here as soon as possible, and then go to the other side to help. Second brother, third brother, go over there and see what's going on. At the same time, he roared and gave the order to the second and third generals. Yes, the two of them received the order and went over to the square. However, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Boundary martial spirit trap. As the voice sounded, the surroundings were suddenly wrapped in pitch-black energy. The second and third generals were actually bounced back by the black energy. The dark dragon martial spirit is really useful, although it can only trap the enemy and can't hurt them. Just this point alone is enough. If we have to fight to the death, the enemy will not be able to escape. Ling Zhao looked at the pitch-black boundary with satisfaction and revealed a smile. He had devoured the Dark Dragon Group leader's martial spirit and bloodline power. Of course, he could also use this martial spirit. What's going on? The second and third generals attacked with all their might, but the boundary did not fluctuate in the slightest. It's useless. Unless you can kill me or I take the initiative to let someone out, you won't be able to escape from here. All right, Red Witch, bring the middle and inferior disciples out to fight. You can also just eat and not do anything. Ling Zhao smiled and waved his hand. A ball of pitch-black energy wrapped the middle and lower disciples and sent them out of the boundary. Seeing those people leave, Ling Zhao landed on the ground. He held the demon dragon sword and pointed at the enemies. Since you're here, stay. I'll be your opponent. Hearing this, Chunbai and Xiao Muyu frowned. Ling Zhao also meant that he wanted to deal with so many people alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible. Other than the dead sixth general, there were still 8 Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of hell. This combat strength was really too unequal. You should really send yourself out. Then you won't have to face our anger. The first general said coldly. Now, he only wanted to kill Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was simply infuriating. Moreover, the reinforcements he brought could be said to have severely ruined his plans. Then I'm sorry. This boundary martial spirit can only trap the enemy when its owner stays inside. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Ling Zhao said lightly. He deliberately revealed the truth about the boundary martial spirit to force the other party to be ruthless. Otherwise, how could it help him break through the shackles and break through his cultivation? Good lad. Although I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending, You're really too arrogant. With your strength, if you stay outside obediently, you can still live. However, you came here to die. You're finished." The first general looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. "Master, Vice Sect Leader, Mu Qing, please guard the Demon Palace. Don't let these people find a loophole to sneak in. Xiao Jin, it shouldn't be a problem for the two of us to deal with these 8 people, right? It was a rare opportunity to train. Of course, they should enjoy it together. After all, he and Xiao Jin were the kind of people who got stronger as they fought." Chapter 2848. Ignoring me? The first general was even angrier. Ling Xiao had heard him, but he had completely ignored him. He had even started to assign opponents. This was simply too condescending. "Don't worry, boss." Xiao Jin's eyes were also filled with ferocious intent. "I'll leave the 5th general, 4th general, and 3rd general to you. The rest are all mine. None of you who came here today can leave." Ling Xiao was still minding his own business. He did not care about the first general's angry face at all. "Got it. Although it's a little difficult as your subordinate, I won't embarrass you," Xiao Jin said excitedly. Arrogant. He was simply too arrogant, whether it was Ling Xiao or Xiao Jin. They were simply treating the 8 experts as fish waiting to be slaughtered. They did not care about them at all. "Big brother, are we really going to watch from the side?" Xiao Muyu looked at Chunbai and asked. She did not know Ling Xiao well, so she was a little worried. "This little guy is very smart. He can see that both of us are injured, so he must be trying to stall for time. Let's hurry up and recover so that we can help later." Chunbai looked at Xiao Muyu and said, to be honest, no matter how much he trusted Ling Xiao, he did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao could face so many experts alone. Only Mu Qing shook her head and said, "I'm afraid that he really wants to kill these people with Xiao Jin." But no matter what, she had exhausted too much from the previous battle and suffered internal injuries. She also needed to recuperate. If Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were in danger, of course, they could not just stand by and watch. The civilians in the Demon Palace were basically the relatives of the dragon cult's disciples. Of course, they also hoped that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin could win. But at this moment, they were still sweating. Although they were civilians, it was not that they did not know martial arts at all. It was just that they were relatively weak and had not reached the Yin-Yang realm. They could not help at all. So it was no different from not knowing martial arts. However, everyone was still able to understand some of the situation. No matter how they looked at it, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were now at a disadvantage. How could they fight with their opponents? If they could really kill the 8 experts with just one man and one beast, it would really shock the entire Chun nation. On the other hand, the Chun nation's warriors did not look very good. Not to mention the 8 experts with cultivation at the 12th level of hell. Behind them, there were hundreds of experts at the 11th level of hell. These people were completely ignored. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually wanted to rely on the strength of one man and one beast to kill all of them. This was simply a humiliation of the Chun nation's martial artists. I thought, all right, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. General, give us a chance. We don't need you to do anything to kill this man and his beast. The leader of the 100-man team stepped forward. He was a martial artist at the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao, he had more than 100 people with similar cultivation. How could they not kill Ling Xiao? He did not believe it. Ling Xiao did not look at him. He only looked at Dominating Blade ghostly with contempt. You're the most shameless among these people. So, you'll be the first to die. With that, his figure flashed, and he pounced on Dominating Blade, ghostly. He completed his beast soul transformation and entered the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's beast soul transformation. At the same time, Xiao Jin moved. His target was the 5th general. Ling Xiao had given him the task of killing the 5th, 4th, and 3rd generals. He could not afford to be careless. Bastard, you killed my 6th brother. How dare you attack? I'll tear you apart. Seeing Xiao Jin charge at him, the 5th general was furious. Not only did he not retreat, he charged at Xiao Jin. Chirp! Xiao Jin let out a strange cry. Then a terrifying golden light flew out of his mouth and shot at the 5th general and all the people behind him. His huge body flew like a gust of wind. The thick golden light was dodged by the 5th general and the 4th general, but it hit the martial practitioners behind them instead. The martial artists at the 11th level of hell could not withstand the terrifying golden light. Many of them were killed or injured in an instant. More than a dozen people were killed in an instant. While Xiao Jin was fighting, Ling Xiao had already charged at Dominating Blade. Ghost Li, boy, if you sneak attack me, you might be able to kill me. But do you think I, Dominating Blade Ghost Li, am a pushover? Dominating Blade Ghost Li had never been so angry. He was being looked down upon by a 16-year-old kid. His battle blade released a terrifying blade chi in the air and slashed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He waved the demonic dragon's sword to block it. Crack! A terrifying sound rang out in the air. A thunderous explosion sounded. That was the collision of energy. It was the strangulation of power. Strong enough. I was right to choose you. Ling Xiao smiled. He could feel that his cultivation was beginning to break through to a higher level. Second brother, you should attack too. Join hands with Dominating Blade, Ghost Li, and kill that boy. There's no need to talk about righteousness. If he wants to die, let him die. The 1st general saw that Dominating Blade Ghost Li's attack did not kill Ling Xiao, and could not help but be shocked. Then, he ordered the 2nd general to attack. The 2nd general was stronger than Dominating Blade Ghost Li. This guy used a huge mace, and his martial soul was a huge bear. One look, and one could tell that he was a power-type martial artist. After he heard the order, he charged at Ling Xiao. He waved his mace and smashed down on Ling Xiao's back. Cold sweat flowed down Ling Xiao's forehead, although he had said that he would split these experts equally with Xiao Jin. Now, he was only pincered by 2 people. It was already strenuous for him. However, the more it was so, the happier he was. Demonic dragon possession. Xiao Chun roared and infused 5 demonic dragons into his body. His 5 attributes rose at the same time. He actually forced Dominating Blade Ghostly back with 1 strike. Then, he turned around and received the 2nd general's mace. Crack! The ground shattered. Several Chun Nation soldiers from the 11th floor who tried to sneak attack Xiao Chun were killed on the spot by the shattered energy. When experts exchanged blows, not only were they of no help, but they even became a burden. This made them realize that Ling Xiao's earlier neglect of them was not a problem. Oh, not bad, not bad. This attack is strong enough. The 2nd general's attack benefited Ling Xiao more than Dominating Blade Ghostly did. Xiao Chun could feel that he could break through at any time. Just at this moment, Dominating Blade Ghostly attacked from behind again. The sharp Dominating Blade flickered with a cold light and released a horrifying killing chi. I was waiting for you. Chapter 2849. Tyrannical Blade. Gili attempted to take advantage of Ling Xiao blocking the 2nd general's attack to launch a sneak attack. However, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sly smile. He waved his hand. 9 demon dragon sun swords shot out, attacking Tyrannical Blade Gili's vital points. Tyrannical Blade Gili did not expect that these 9 demon dragon sun swords could shoot out like flying swords. For a moment, he could only give up on attacking Ling Xiao and turn to block the flying swords. However, the distance was too close. Ling Xiao had clearly exposed an opening for him to take the bait. He actually did not think of this point. He was too impulsive and too stupid. Chi, of the 9 swords, Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li blocked 7 of them, but 2 of them still pierced into his body. Demon Dragon Blood Curse, activate. Ling Xiao did not give Tyrannical Blade Gili a chance. In a fight between experts, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. Ling Xiao wanted to make this a reality. Following the activation of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, the second general's attack paused for a moment, and Tyrannical Blade Gili, who was already injured, felt his chi and blood gushing out from his wounds. His body instantly felt extremely uncomfortable. He could not even control his moves. At this time, Ling Xiao's sword pierced over. I'll gift you a move. True Demon Black, Immortal descends. Using the True Demon Sword Chi to increase the might of Black Immortal descends, allowing it to reach the terrifying destructive power of an immortal grade 3rd sky martial skill. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Like a dragon's shadow, the sword is like lightning. Even the other people on the battlefield had to use all their strength to be able to catch Ling Xiao's faint afterimage. At that moment, Tyrannical Blade Gili felt his hair stand on end. All the pores on his body instantly opened up. His face revealed a horrified expression as he tried to dodge. However, under the influence of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, his chi and blood could not be controlled. His legs did not listen to him at all, even though it was only for a moment. But it was this moment of mistake that caused him to walk on the path of death. The sharp sword chi rushed toward him. Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li could only use all the strength in his body to use his war blade to block in front of him, attempting to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. But was it useful? Everyone has the right to punish traitors. Die, Dominating Blade, Ghost Li. The instant he approached Tyrannical Blade Ghost Grim, Ling Xiao's sword suddenly turned, easily dodging Tyrannical Blade Ghost Grim's war blade before stabbing Ghost Grim's throat. Chi. After the sword strike, Tyrannical Saber Gui Li's throat immediately spurted out dark red blood. His eyes instantly turned sluggish. A moment later, a black aura lingered around his body. Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li had also become a demonic corpse. As long as it was a cultivator that Ling Xiao had personally defeated and killed, as long as their cultivation was within the same great realm as him or below, he could turn them into a demon corpse. All that was required was the consumption of soul power and demonic chi. At this moment, the second general had already broken free from the demonic dragon blood curse's shackles and viciously smashed down with his spiked club from behind. The roar of a giant bear resounded in the void. The friction between the spiked club and the air actually created a raging fire, causing the power of this attack to become even more violent. Ling Xiao had already turned around and faced the second general. He could let the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards block it, or let Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li's demonic corpse block it. However, he did not do so because he needed such an attack to help him break through. The reason why he killed Tyrannical Blade Ghost Li was because the second general's attack was enough to satisfy him. Boom! The spiked club smashed down with an even more violent momentum, colliding with the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. His body heavily crashed into the pitch-black barrier, and then fell to the ground. After all, he was hastily defending, while the second general attacked with hatred. There was a difference in strength between the two. Die! The second general fiercely pounced forward, attempting to smash Ling Xiao to death, while Ling Xiao fell. However, this time, the huge spiked club was tightly grasped by a hand. Ling Xiao held the demonic dragon sword in one hand and the spiked club in the other. Although his face was covered in blood, he stood up with a smile. He looked at the second general with a smile. How is this possible? The second general did not believe this. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to block his terrifying attack just a moment ago, so how was he able to do so now? This feels good. The mammoth's strength is really powerful. I really have to thank the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao's current strength was probably invincible in the Yin-Yang realm. In terms of pure strength, no one in the Yin-Yang realm could compete with him. His strength was already very terrifying. After absorbing the mammoth bloodline power, he became even more powerful. In terms of pure strength, warriors of the same cultivation level would be crushed by him. The second general must have lost his mind to compete with him in terms of strength. At this moment, there was a sudden scream, which attracted the attention of Ling Xiao and the second general at the same time. They did not dare to turn their heads, but they captured the situation with their soul power. It turned out that the fifth general's head had been scratched by Xiao Jin, and he died on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, whether it was Chen Bai, Xiao Muyu, Mu Qing, or the dragon cult civilians hiding in the demon palace, they all felt extremely shocked. On the Chun Nation's side, everyone's hearts trembled violently. What kind of joke was this? The battle had only started for 1 or 2 minutes. Domineering Blade Ghost Li and the fifth general had been killed by one man and one beast, whether it was Ling Xiao or the terrifying Golden Crow Demon Beast. Their strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. There are still 6 of you left. Now, am I still boasting shamelessly? Ling Xiao looked at the first general mockingly. He did not take the second general seriously at all. He said that he would keep the 8 experts, and he would definitely do it. Now, 2 of the 8 had died. No one dared to say that he was boasting shamelessly, and no one dared to say that he was arrogant and ridiculous. Ling Xiao used his own strength to prove his prophecy. 3rd brother, 4th brother, 2nd brother. The 3 of you work together and destroy that evil creature first. I will deal with Ling Xiao. I'll have to trouble the 2 princes to be ready to attack at any time. There's no need to reason with these 2 guys. The first general could also see that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were both very terrifying. If this continued, they would only be defeated one by one. In any case, the second general and domineering blade, Ghost Li, had already worked together to deal with Ling Xiao. It was not a big deal to gang up on them now. They already had no face, so there was no need to care. How shameless! You were so arrogant just now, saying that Ling Xiao was no match for any of you. What about now? You actually want to gang up on him. It seems that you are completely shameless. Chun Bai sneered disdainfully, then shouted, Ling Xiao, if you want me to attack, just let me know. In terms of numbers, we are about the same as them now. Chapter 2850. Thank you for your kindness, Master, but there's no need for that. They're just a few lowlifes. I can take care of them easily. Ling Xiao was more confident than before. As he spoke, black demonic lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. It wrapped around the mace and blasted toward the second general. The second general was indeed very strong. He was also very shrewd in battle. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately threw down the mace and shape-shifted. It turned into a giant bear, standing on 2 legs. Second brother, it's my turn. At this moment, the first general had already rushed over and attacked Ling Xiao. The second general attacked Xiao Jin. The third general, the 4th general, and even the 12th prince and the 11th prince all had their eyes on Xiao Jin. They clearly wanted to kill Xiao Jin first before dealing with Ling Xiao. However, their plan was good. But would Ling Xiao let them succeed? Vertical golden light technique. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao disappeared from the 1st general's sight. When he reappeared, he had already cut off the 4th general's head. The 4th general and Xiao Jin were fighting fiercely. How could they notice anything else? Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying speed? In the end, he was killed without knowing what happened. "Boss, why did you steal my kill?" Xiao Jin smiled bitterly. "I had no choice. Those guys wanted to besiege you. I could only try to reduce their numbers." Ling Xiao smiled and stood side by side with Xiao Jin. The 4th general, who was already dead, stood up shakily. The severed head flew to his neck and turned into a demonic corpse. "You too, go to the square and help." Ling Xiao did not let Ba, Dao Gui Li, and the 4th general's demonic corpse stay. Instead, he sent them away. If he wanted to help, Chun Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Mu Qing were standing there. They could help at any time. It was just that he did not need them. "Idiot, I was worried that you would use the demonic corpse to deal with us. But now it seems that you're really brainless. You actually drove the demonic corpse away." The 1st general cursed. "You're only good at talking. Out of the 8 of you, we've already killed 3 of you. Now, there are only 5 of you left. Why are you still so arrogant?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "That's right, you killed 3, but those 3 were the weakest among the 8 of us. The battle has only just begun." The 12th prince walked out and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. "I heard that you once defeated my 14th brother. Today, I would like to see how you are." He was originally cultivating in a large sect. Although he was only an outer sect disciple, he was very ambitious. He thought that he was invincible after coming to the state of Chun. Originally, he and the 11th prince did not plan to make a move. They believed that Ling Xiao was not qualified. But now that the battle had progressed to this point, they had no choice but to reevaluate Ling Xiao. Perhaps they could really fight. No matter what the 12th prince said, Ling Xiao was now the embodiment of invincibility in the eyes of the dragon cult. He was even more terrifying than cult leader Chun Bai. In fact, only Ling Xiao himself knew that he was still far from Chun Bai. Unless his cultivation level broke through again, it was impossible for him to defeat the remaining 5 people. Although the 12th prince was arrogant, what he said was right. The remaining 5 people were also the strongest 5 people. None of them were easy to deal with. They were not to be trifled with. But no matter what, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin's strength today had already gained the recognition of everyone in the dragon cult. His arrogance and haughtiness were justified. He was not just speaking without thinking and being blindly arrogant. "Big brother, perhaps today the dragon cult will give birth to a legend." Xiao Muyu looked at Ling Xiao and said to Chun Bai with emotion, "Yes, the dragon cult has been established for decades, and there has never been such a person. This kid can definitely be called the #1 in the dragon cult. I don't dare to say that there will be no one like him in the future, but he is definitely unprecedented. Even I have to admit defeat." For the first time, Chun Bai was looking forward to living, because only by living could he see Ling Xiao continue to rise and reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent. "Second brother, is it okay to leave that evil beast to you?" The 1st general suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was the biggest problem. His previous strategy was obviously wrong. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Otherwise, no one knew what this kid would do. This kid was too dangerous. He had to kill him with his strongest combat strength. "No problem." The 2nd general nodded. He who had transformed into a giant bear, was not afraid of Xiao Jin at all. Okay, then me, third brother, and the two princes will work together to deal with Ling Xiao. There is no need to be polite. There is no need to talk about fairness with him. For martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm wanted to deal with Ling Xiao at the same time. They wanted to kill him in one strike. The 12th and 11th princes felt that this was a little demeaning, but when they thought of the hatred between Ling Xiao and the Chen nation's royal family, they agreed. Moreover, they did not know Ling Xiao's background. They could not underestimate him. It was definitely much easier to deal with 4 people than 1 person. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only 16 years old after reincarnating, and he already had his current achievements. If he was given more time, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? They would definitely not allow a tiger to grow in their bosom. The third general naturally did not say anything. He was the weakest of the 5. He could not even defeat Xiao Jin in a one-on-one fight. That was why the first general sent the second general to deal with Xiao Jin. He would be safer if he joined the encirclement. Remember, don't hold back. The first general still seemed worried. He repeated his words. Then, surging energy was released from his back. An illusory figure formed. It was a black eagle with a sharp gaze. It was his martial soul. With the appearance of the black eagle martial soul, the first general's aura instantly became stronger. And it was even more strange. The pair of eyes of the black eagle martial spirit really gave off a strange feeling that made people uneasy. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. At the same time, the third general also released his martial soul. His martial soul was a wolf. Although the wolf martial soul was very common, it was also very fierce. With the release of his martial soul, the third general's aura instantly became stronger. Ling Xiao also realized that other than the 7th general, the other 6 people should all have beast martial souls. No wonder they were so close. They might even be from the same lineage. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. The 12th and 11th princes' martial souls were naturally the Chen nation's royal family's lightning martial soul. Lightning danced behind their backs. Their martial souls resonated with each other and became even more powerful. The 4 of them all released their martial souls. Facing Ling Xiao, they did not plan to hold back. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao and eliminate all future troubles. On the other side, the second general and Xiao Jin's battle had already begun. Chapter 28:51. Ling Xiao's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the 4 people in front of him. Cold, sinister, and full of fighting spirit. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3 beast souls of Purple Lightning Bull, Lava Three-Headed Hound, and Nine Snake General gradually condensed behind him. And his body was still in the tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul transformation state. Now, to Ling Xiao, only these 4 beast souls could increase his battle strength, so the other beast souls were not summoned for the time being, because it was useless to summon them. At the same time, the sword martial spirit was still shining behind him. The sword martial spirit was to make it more convenient for him to use the demon dragon sword at his current cultivation level. This could reduce some losses. If he didn't have the sword martial spirit, it would be more suitable for him to use a divine grade spirit weapon with his current cultivation level. With the appearance of the 3 beast souls, Ling Xiao's aura suddenly soared. The 3 ferocious beasts were staring at the 4 people with their cold eyes, wanting to deal with the strong enemies together with their master. Ling Xiao had said that none of these people should even think about leaving. Then he would do as he said. In the space, there was only the collision of auras, the battle of fighting spirit. The 2 sides did not speak for a long time, nor did they make a move. It was as if they were looking for each other's flaws. Finally, It was the warriors of the Chun Kingdom's royal family who couldn't hold it in anymore. The first general roared, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. In the space, there was actually the sound of eagles flying and eagles crying. A gust of wind accompanied his body's movements, becoming more and more fierce. That pair of sharp eagle eyes completely locked onto Ling Xiao, like an eagle soaring in the sky staring at its prey. The other three people also rushed towards Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and opened his Tai Chi eye. The trajectory of the four people's movements was completely captured by him. He suddenly looked at the third general. This was the weakest of the four. Then his body swayed, and he easily jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic dragon phantom body movement was too powerful. It was originally a third heaven of the immortal grade body movement. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it really gave people a feeling that they could not capture it. It's useless. The enemies that have been locked onto by my eagle, I won't be able to escape even if they run to the ends of the earth. The first general sneered as the four of them surrounded Ling Xiao once again. Although it was slightly slower, it was not by much. Almost at the same time that Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom, they moved together. The four of them continued to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. Those strange eagle eyes were still locked onto Ling Xiao's figure. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be captured. What an interesting martial soul. Apart from increasing one's combat strength, it also has such a special function. The eagle belonged to the bird species, so it should be able to be placed on the throne of the Yushin god. I want your martial spirit. Among the 12 beast gods, only Yushin was a bird, so he was once the beast god that controlled all the birds in the Black Tortoise continent. All birds could be placed on his deity throne. Ling Xiao really wanted this special ability of the eagle eye. Although his Tai Chi, I could analyze practice, see through, and even see through everything. But it was impossible to lock onto the enemy. With the black eagle martial spirit, the situation was different. No matter where the enemy hid, he would not lose track of them. Moreover, this black eagle martial spirit seemed to be of a high level. With an additional powerful martial spirit, his combat strength would also increase. If he didn't need it in the future, he could just replace it. There was nothing to be regretful about. What a terrifying ability, what a valiant spirit. Chun Bai could feel the terror of the first general. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the martial spirit. This guy actually had the domineering aura of the king of the sky. It was as if he could surpass everything and tear everything apart. He didn't know how Ling Xiao would deal with him. He looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly realized that the demon dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand had been raised by him. At the same time, the 9 subordinate swords were also flickering with light. There were actually 10 sword intents released at the same time. A terrifying sword light blossomed in the sky. A sinister and terrifying aura, like that of the underworld, was also spreading in the void. It was clearly daytime, but Ling Xiao turned the daytime into pitch black. It made everything cold and gloomy. Everyone raised their heads to look at Ling Xiao and felt the trembling in the depths of their hearts. Dual wielding is already unbelievable. This guy actually released 10 sword intents at once. How terrifying is his soul? People were very clear that no matter what kind of warrior, when using weapons, even if they used 10 weapons at once, they would only release 1 strand of battle intent. Very few people could release 2 strands of battle intent at the same time. And they were different strands of battle intent. Every time a strand of battle intent was added, the attack power would increase by a bit. It was said that when the human king was at his peak, he could use 12 demon slaying swords. using 12 sword intents. This was already the strongest, and the human king's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could actually use 10 sword intents. This made everyone extremely alarmed. Just how powerful was this kid's talent? 10 demon dragon swords. One was full of destructive aura, destruction sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, tyrannical will. One was full of indestructible aura, indestructible sword intent. One was full of blazing aura, fire sword intent. One was full of the fury of thunder, thunder sword intent. One was full of death, aura, death sword intent. One was full of the vigorous aura of earth, earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of heaven, firmament sword intent. 10 sword intents were actually completely different. They were all released. For a time, the entire space was filled with sword intents, releasing multiple sword intents at the same time. Unless one's soul force is extremely strong and can split into several strands at the same time without interfering with each other. After that, one must be able to achieve the fusion of sword intents without conflicting with each other to succeed. Most people would not be able to pass the test of soul force alone. Powerful soul force could be slowly accumulated. However, to split into several strands of soul force without interfering with each other, this was almost an impossible task. The reason why Ling Xiao could do it was purely because he cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll that came from outside the mystic world. He could freely control the release of soul force. Only then could he do this. However, just doing this was not enough. One must be able to merge the sword intents without conflicting with each other. Only Ling Xiao could do this because he had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He could make all things that were incompatible with each other become compatible. Other warriors might be able to release 2 types of battle intents at the same time in their lifetime. That was already the limit. However, he was different. He could now release 10 types of sword intents at the same time. This was his huge advantage. This guy, the reason why he could become a terrifying existence who could challenge those of a higher level like eating a meal was because he had enough trump cards. Chapter 28:52. The release of these 10 sword intents was something that Ling Xiao had comprehended after he obtained the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword. Because of the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, the 10 swords could be connected. Therefore, it was easier to release 10 sword intents at the same time. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to do it if he were to use other swords. Currently, he could only release 2 sword intents, which was his limit. Seeing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, the first general, and the others were clearly stunned, especially the third general, who was obviously terrified. After all, he was the weakest among the 4. He believed that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill a martial artist, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. And Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to be staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Including him, the other 3, and those who were watching the show, almost all of them thought so. Killing the weakest one first, then dealing with the stronger martial artists would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the third general was obviously afraid and even wanted to retreat. However, at this time, the power of his attack had been released to the peak. If he retreated, he would definitely suffer a backlash. If he injured himself, it would be embarrassing. Helpless, he could only bite the bullet and attack. The other 3 gradually moved closer to him, as if they wanted to protect him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Buzz, the sharp edge of the sword exploded with a strange sound. Ling Xiao finally stabbed with his sword. His target was the third general. Kill. Shadow Sword Demon. The Shadow Sword Demon, which had merged with the true demon sword Qi, had its power skyrocketed. The Sword Demon, which had merged with the darkness, revealed an aura that made people despair. This sword was extremely fast. It was also extremely penetrating. Don't be afraid. Third brother, I'll help you. Just focus on attacking. The first general roared, and an extremely powerful aura bloomed in the sky. Between heaven and earth, a fierce wind rose, as if it was a doomsday storm. An eagle's cry sounded in the void. The terrifying sword demon was actually repelled and looked like it was about to collapse. People could clearly see that the fierce wind had condensed into a huge black eagle. Ferocious, majestic, domineering. The #1 general is indeed the #1 general. He's so powerful. The soldiers of the Chun state shouted excitedly. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure brought about by the Black Eagle. They also believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for the first general. You're quite brave. It's a pity that my initial target was you, and not that useless third general. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the first general's ears. In fact, the person he wanted to kill the most from the beginning was this guy, because the first general was clearly the strongest of the four. As long as this guy was killed, the other three would be easier to deal with. With the existence of Hawkeye, it was not easy for him to flexibly use his combat strategy. However, it would be different if the first general was killed. His fake attack on the third general was just a pretense to lure the first general out. Now, this guy had been fooled. In the void, the first sword demon had yet to dissipate. The second, third, and fourth sword devil appeared one after another. His 9 sub-swords all prepared the same move, which was the Shadow Sword Demon. This was only a first Heaven Immortal grade martial technique, so it consumed the least energy and was the fastest. However, because of the effect of the Demon Dragon Sword, it could unleash the power of a second Heaven Immortal grade martial technique. Combined with the accumulation of 9 different sword intents, its power would not be lower than a third Heaven Immortal grade martial technique. Chi. The huge black eagle was torn into pieces by the sword Chi. The 8 sword devils attacked the first general at the same time. This forced the first general to retreat. However, Ling Xiao's attack was relentless. In this way, the 12th prince and the 11th prince could not help attack Ling Xiao even if they wanted to. Their speed was not as fast as the first general and Ling Xiao. Moreover, these two guys had already seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing Domineering Blade Ghostly, so they hesitated for a moment, afraid that Ling Xiao would create a diversion again. It was this moment of hesitation that caused them to lose the best opportunity to rescue the first general. Black Eagle Fall. The first general did not want to die just like that. He roared and countless black eagle shadows rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was as if they were endless and wanted to block Ling Xiao's attack completely. However, it was useless. How could his ordinary attack block the dark shadow sword demon that contained a terrifying sword will? The 8 sword demons shattered the shadows of the black eagles and bombarded the first general. At the last moment, the first general turned into a beast in order to strengthen his body's defense and block Ling Xiao's 8 attacks. He also made a final resistance. Big brother, first general. At this moment, the 3rd general, 12th prince, and 11th prince rushed over at the same time. They knew very well that if the first general died, the following battle would be very difficult. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The 3-headed lava hound, purple lightning bull, and 9 snake generals' beast souls roared and rushed towards the 3 at the same time. They blocked the 3 in midair. Even though they used their beast souls to block it, it only lasted for a moment. The 12th prince and 11th prince almost instantly shattered the martial soul shadows in front of them. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao's figure remained where he was. He transformed into a demonic dragon and pounced towards the first general. wanting to give him the final blow. "This is the sword that I prepared for you. It's also my strongest sword, true demon immortal sword Shadow. Kill." With the enhancement of the true demon sword Chi, the third-level immortal grade martial skill unleashed a terrifying power close to the fourth-level immortal grade martial skill. The demon immortal stepped out from the darkness. It turned into a dark sword Shadow and penetrated the first general's body. The first general felt intense pain coming from his body. His consciousness quickly blurred. "It's over, First General." As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, a huge wound appeared on the first general's throat. Fresh blood kept splattering. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The first general's eyes still retained the fear, regret, and disbelief before his death. Death had come so suddenly. He regretted not staying in the sect and continuing to cultivate. Why did he have to come out and get involved in this mess? If he didn't come out, he wouldn't have died. No, if Ling Xiao made a move, he wouldn't have died. Tao Tai devour. A huge mouth suddenly appeared in the void. It swallowed the first general's corpse whole. Then, a moment later, the shadow of a black eagle appeared behind Ling Xiao. The 3 types of beast souls became 4. Not only that, but he also obtained the special skill of Eagle Eye. He could completely see the movements of the other 3. What surprised him even more was that after the Tao Tai beast devoured the first general, the energy was transferred into his body, and he finally broke through the last obstacle. His cultivation had advanced. Chapter 28:53. His cultivation level rose from the middle stage to the late stage of the yin-yang realm. It seemed like a small increase, but to Ling Xiao, it was a 50-fold increase in his combat strength. If he fought the first general with this level of cultivation, he wouldn't have to work so hard. And all of this happened in just a moment. Big brother! When the 12th prince and 11th prince saw this scene, they were completely shocked and even frightened. However, the 3rd general let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he watched the first general being devoured. He roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, anger and brutality. Ling Xiao stood there and watched the 3rd general indifferently. In his eyes, that powerful murderous aura was not even worth mentioning. If it was before his breakthrough, he would have to think of a plan. But now, he only had one thing to do. The demon dragon sword in his hand released a huge true demon sword Chi. It was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It instantly traversed more than 10 meters and pierced the 3rd general's chest. Rumble! After a loud sound, a terrifying bloody hole appeared in the 3rd general's chest. The furious 3rd general's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear as his body fell rapidly. He fell heavily to the ground. There was no sign of life. Dead. Dead again. In just a minute or two martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the yin-yang realm were devoured, and the other had his stomach ripped open. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone's hearts twitched violently. The 12th and 11th princes' faces turned pale. As disciples of large sects, they were indeed very powerful. But to be honest, such a terrifying battlefield was not suitable for them to train. Perhaps to the Thunder Monarch, it would be easy to take down the Demon Dragon City. With the help of the 7 generals, the 12th and 11th princes would not be in any danger. They could use this battlefield as a place to train their combat skills. And that was exactly what they did. From the moment the Demon Dragon City fell, the number of Demon Dragon Religion's cultivators who died at their hands was at least a dozen. Perhaps it was because of this that they became even more arrogant and thought that they were invincible. Now that he saw Ling Zhao's powerful fighting strength, he actually felt fear in his heart and thought of running away. They knew the strength of the first general and the third general very well. But these two people actually did not even touch Ling Xiao's body and were easily beheaded. This was simply too unbelievable. At that moment, the second general who was fighting Xiao Jin was also completely charred. Although he was still alive, he was on the verge of death. Before Ling Xiao broke through, Xiao Jin's combat power was stronger than his. Killing a mere second general would be a piece of cake. Your Highnesses, when your father threw you onto this battlefield, he should have known that you would die on the battlefield because of his stupidity. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 12th and 11th princes. Before the breakthrough, the two of them definitely had the ability to kill him. But now, no matter what, the two of them were no match for him. If you let us go, we can give you everything you want. The 12th prince suddenly said, "Yes, killing us won't do you any good, because you will not only offend the Chen nation, but also our sect." The 11th prince also said, "That's not what you said before. I seem to have heard the 12th prince say that you must kill me to prevent future troubles." Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile. His tone was full of sarcasm. "That's because we were blind. We didn't expect you to be so strong." The 12th prince was also straightforward and directly admitted that he had made a mistake. "Ha! Are you going to kill me if I'm not so strong?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I've never been willing to provoke others, but if others insist on killing me, then I won't be merciful. The two of you could have stayed in your sects and cultivated well. Perhaps in the future, you could have become outstanding talents of your generation. But you should never have come back to help that trash Chen Songxiong kill me. Since you did it, you must pay the price for your actions." "What?" The two of them had extremely ugly expressions. "No matter what, you won't let us go?" The 12th prince gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know that our sect is a powerful sect that can easily destroy the Chen nation and the Volcano nation? If you kill us, you will never have a day of peace." "So what?" Ling Xiao mocked. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be enemies with the Chen nation's royal family." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "If your sect doesn't come to find trouble with me, it's fine. If they really dare to come, I'll kill them too. In this world, there is nothing that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of." 11th, fight it out with him. The 12th prince knew that no matter what, Ling Xiao would not let them go. Therefore, he planned to perish together with Ling Xiao. The 11th prince nodded. The two of them released a shocking amount of lightning, which enveloped their bodies. Then, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They tried to use self-destruction to destroy Ling Xiao. Perish together? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Heavenly thunder, divine guards. Ling Xiao sneered, and 31 heavenly thunder divine guards rushed out, completely surrounding the 12th and 11th princes. Terrifying roars continued to resound in the sky. After more than 10 minutes, only pieces of clothes were left in the sky. Ling Xiao used 31 heavenly thunder divine guards to exchange for the lives of two princes. It was worth it. Anyway, his cultivation had already broken through. These two princes were no longer of any use to him. At this moment, Xiao Jin launched his final attack, turning the second general into charcoal. 8 experts at the Yinyang realm in the 12th level of hell. They actually died. They were killed by 1 man and 1 beast. Xiao Jin killed 3 people. The 6th general, the 5th general, and the 2nd general. Ling Xiao killed 5 people. Domineering Blade Ghost Li, the 3rd general, the 1st general, and the 11th and 12th princes. The outcome of this battle was incomparably shocking to everyone present. Even Chun Bai, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, did not expect such an outcome. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin actually managed to kill all of the commanders of the demonic dragon city, including the skeleton general. There were 9 experts at the Yinyang realm in the 12th level of hell. Such a terrifying lineup could easily destroy any force in the Qin kingdom. However, because they met Ling Xiao, they were all killed. The Qin kingdom's royal family wanted to slaughter demonic Dragon City and leave nothing behind. Who would have thought that it would be the other way around? Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all buried in this city. Chapter 2854. Although there were many people outside, under the attacks of the powerful demonic corpses and the dragon cult's upper, middle, and inferior disciples' help, the Chun family's people were almost wiped out. The demonic corpses were more or less cleaned up. This battle ended with the Qin nation's army's defeat. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and walked towards Qinbai. "Master, the problem has been resolved. I won't get involved in the following matters. Is that all right?" Ling Xiao finally withdrew his cold and murderous expression and revealed a smile. A warm current flowed through Qinbai's heart. "This is the second time you saved Master. Furthermore, this time, not only did you save Master, but you also saved the dragon cult. Master really doesn't know how to thank you." Qinbai felt extremely emotional. In reality, what he gave Ling Xiao was merely the protection of a master and some martial techniques. However, what Ling Xiao gave him far surpassed that. A master for a day is a father for life. There's no point in talking about this between master and disciple. After this battle, I'm really tired and hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Yes, of course. Chun Wan, take out all the delicacies that you can get now, and let Ling Xiao and little Jean eat their fill." "Yes, adoptive father." Chun Wan, who was still in shock, nodded excitedly when he heard this. Being able to prepare food for Ling Xiao was also an honor for him. Looking at the backs of Ling Xiao and little Jean, Qinbai felt extremely emotional. Qinbai believed that after today, Ling Xiao's already glorious life would be marked with another stroke of color. Ling Xiao, as a single reinforcement, resolved the entire demonic Dragon City's predicament. He slaughtered hundreds of thousands of the Qin nation's army. He killed the 7 generals that the Sky Thunder Legion had just recruited. He even killed the 12th prince and the 11th prince. This answer sheet was simply miraculous. This matter didn't happen in Thunder City. However, he believed that his name would once again shock the entire Thunder City. And this shock would be even greater than when Ling Xiao had caused havoc in the Thunder City, killed General Purple Thunder, and exterminated the 3 great families. After this, the 5 elders behind the scenes of the Chun state's royal family. Oh, no, only the 4 elders are left. They would no longer be able to ignore Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was still very young. He was only 16 years old after his first transition. In the Black Tortoise Continent, he was considered a teenager. As long as Ling Xiao was given more time, he would definitely become a nightmare for the 4 old men. In fact, that was exactly what happened. In just one day, the news of what had happened in the demonic Dragon City had spread throughout the entire Thunder capital. Almost all the major forces knew what had happened in the Demon Dragon City. Everyone had a different reaction when they heard the news, but without exception, they all felt incomparable shock and disbelief. Ling Xiao's growth was simply too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The 8 Immortal City was filled with jubilation. People sang and danced, celebrating the victory of the demonic Dragon City. The news reached the 8 Immortal City earlier than the Thunder capital. Originally, people were worried that something might have happened to their 8 Immortal King, Ling Xiao, since he had disappeared for so long. In addition, the 10 terminal formation consumed a lot of spirit stones. Seeing that there was a shortage of spirit stones, they were very anxious. But at this moment, good news came. Ling Xiao actually saved the entire demonic dragon city by himself. Did this mean that Ling Xiao's strength had reached the peak of the Chun state? Even without the 10-terminal formation, there was no need to be afraid. This news had two special effects in the Eight Immortals city. First, Ling Xiao's most loyal fans were naturally very happy. Their morale was high, and they were full of confidence for the future. Secondly, some of the people who were wavering and had no confidence in Ling Xiao had completely given up on him. Ling Xiao saved the demonic dragon city, and even became the disciple of the dragon cult sect master. Next, the Chun state's royal family was in a disadvantageous position. Even Ling Xiao probably did not expect that his feat in the demonic dragon city would have such an impact. After a while, the news reached the Thunder capital. The Thunder Emperor, who was in the palace, did not believe it. He killed the soldier who delivered the news. But then new news came, and it was exactly the same. How is this possible? The Thunder Emperor almost collapsed on his throne. To him, the 12th and 11th princes were his hope. Chun Sangxiong could inherit his throne, but the 12th and 11th princes could make the Chun state stronger. After all, their Chun state was the weakest country in the Black Tortoise continent. If they could not rely on the big sects, who could they rely on? But now, these two people were dead. Father, we should not be too sad now. We should think of a countermeasure. Ling Xiao has grown to a terrifying level. I'm afraid that we can't deal with him alone. So, I suggest that we immediately inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although the 12th and 11th princes are only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, they are still their disciples. I believe that the Heavenly Pool Mountain will not sit by and do nothing. As long as they are willing to send experts, we will not have to worry about Ling Xiao's survival. The person who spoke was Chun Sangxiong. Chun Sangxiong, known as the number 1 genius of the Chun state. In the past, he had regarded Ling Xiao as trash in the extreme royal mystic realm. But now, he felt a deep sense of danger. He was already very outstanding and worked very hard in his cultivation. In the shortest amount of time, he had raised his cultivation to the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He originally thought that with his cultivation and the king's sword, he could easily kill Ling Xiao when he met Ling Xiao. But the news from the demonic dragon city came. His confidence completely collapsed. Kill Ling Xiao. Don't joke. He knew the 12th and 11th princes' strength the best. Without the king's sword, he was no match for them. However, Ling Xiao had killed both of them, and even killed the first general, who was even more powerful. This was too terrifying. Therefore, he no longer had the confidence he had before. He wanted to use external forces to kill Ling Xiao. You are right. The Heavenly Pool Mountain has always wanted you to join their sect to cultivate. Previously, I wanted you to inherit the throne, but I did not agree. This time you can go. No matter what, as long as you can achieve a breakthrough. Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning. The Thunder Monarch finally calmed down. Ling Xiao was very strong, but he was far from invincible. There were many people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. I will follow your arrangements. Father! Chun Sangxiong also wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool Mountain to hide. He did not want to encounter Ling Xiao yet. He wanted to use the rich resources of the Heavenly Pool Mountain to become stronger. After the discussion, the Thunder Monarch immediately sent a messenger pigeon to inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. This messenger pigeon was not an ordinary messenger pigeon, but a specially trained demon beast. In terms of speed and endurance, they had been enhanced. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's vertical golden light technique. Therefore, the Thunder Monarch received a reply in a very short time. There were only 2 words. Agreed. Chapter 2855. Chun Nation's Thunder City. A middle-aged man walked on the long street. As he walked, his steps were like the wind. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert. However, no one knew that under this middle-aged man's appearance, he was a 16-year-old youth who had undergone his first transition. His name was Ling Xiao. Boss, the people of the Chen Nation's royal clan would never have imagined that after doing such a shocking thing in the Demon Dragon City, we would already be in the Thunder City the moment the news came. A voice came from the Beast Ring. It was Xiao Jin. As Xiao Jin was too conspicuous, in order to hide his identity, he went to the forbidden area of the extreme monarch's secret realm. Naturally, Ling Xiao had to hide him. He had also used the Yin-Yang Demon King transformation technique to turn himself into a middle-aged man with a stubble. Thunder City was still the same Thunder City. The people on the streets were still laughing. The women in the brothels were still singing beautifully. It was as if the great defeat of demonic Dragon City did not affect these people. As the saying went, Shang women do not know the hatred of a fallen nation. They sing from across the river. When Ling Xiao arrived at Thunder City, the first thing he did was to stroll around and scout out the situation. When he saw the bounty posters on the city walls, he could not help smiling. The last time he came to Thunder City, he was still on tenterhooks, afraid that experts like the Thunder Emperor or the Thunder Severed Senior would capture him. However, this time, after he finished dealing with the extreme monarch's secret realm, he would complete his plan to seize Thunder City. He had to take revenge for his brother, Ling Yan. Naturally, he had to take revenge for his brother. Let's go. There are no changes to this place. However, my bounty has increased to 1 billion inferior grade spirit stones. This Chen Nation's royal family really thinks highly of me. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to walk out of the city gates. Naturally, he was familiar with the way to the Arcana Academy. Although he had only been there once with his memory, there was no way he would make a mistake. Unexpectedly, just as he walked out of the city gates, he suddenly saw a person covered in blood rushing over. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble for now, so he avoided him. However, this person looked somewhat familiar. However, Xiao Qin could not recall where he had seen him before. With such confusion in his heart, he stayed for a while longer. That person rushed to the city gate and shouted, Quickly inform the new commander of the city defense camp to save the 7th prince." The 7th prince, Chen Kangmeng? Ling Xiao frowned. Of the Chen Nation's royal family, the only one he admired was Chen Kangmeng. Although he was a member of the royal clan, he was an upright person. For the sake of Ling Yan's clan, he had even been ostracized by the Thunder Emperor, leaving him outside and unable to rebel against the royal clan. He had performed countless meritorious deeds, yet he was not rewarded. No wonder he felt that the man covered in blood was so familiar. He should be one of Chen Kangmeng's warriors. He hurriedly opened his Tai Chi eye and discovered that about 10 miles away from Thunder City, there was a surging killing intent. With no time to think, he turned into a demonic dragon's afterimage and fled into the distance. The matter of the extreme royal mystery realm could be done at any time, but if Chen Kangmeng died, he would lose a good friend, and the Chen Kingdom's royal family would lose their only conscience. His speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived at the scene of the battle. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. The 7th prince, Chen Kangmeng, and the dozens of warriors under his command were surrounded by hundreds of warriors dressed in black. A battle was in progress. Chen Kangmeng's cultivation was not weak. In fact, Ling Xiao had always known that his talent was not inferior to Chen Sangxiong's. Unfortunately, he did not receive the care of the royal family. Thus, His cultivation was naturally far inferior to Chen Sangxiong's. Currently, he was only at the mid-stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. Among the black-clothed men who had come to assassinate him, there were actually 2 late stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. The rest of the people had also reached the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. With such a powerful lineup, the people who dealt with Chen Kangmeng were definitely not ordinary people. Ling Xiao thought of Chen Sangxiong. Now that the Chen nation was unstable, Chen Sangxiong would do anything to eliminate his enemies. Not to mention that Chen Kangmeng was not his biological brother from the same mother. Even if he was, he would not be soft-hearted. However, there was no point in thinking so much about this. Currently, there were fewer and fewer people around Chen Kangmeng. After all, the people around him were not very strong. Although they were brave and fierce generals, they were still far inferior to those assassins. Who the hell sent you here? How dare you assassinate the 7th prince? You know what this is? Chen Kangmeng's subordinates cursed loudly in the battle. It doesn't matter who sent us. What matters is that we were paid to do so. It doesn't matter if you're a prince or a king. All of you must die. As the assassins spoke, they continued to attack. All of you leave. They want to kill me. Chen Kangmeng suddenly stabbed out with his sword and repelled an assassin. Then he shouted at the people behind him. At this moment, he only had about 20 subordinates left. He did not want these loyal and brave soldiers to die so tragically. Every one of these people had made great contributions to the Chen nation. Every one of them had scars left behind by their enemies. Some had even almost lost their lives, but they had all survived. If they died at the hands of their own people, it would not be worth it. No, Your Highness, in our eyes, you're not just a prince, but also our commander. If you die, won't the War Eagle Army be without a leader? Loyal and brave soldiers were loyal and brave soldiers. Even though they knew that fleeing for their lives was completely possible because the assassins only wanted to kill Chen Kangmeng, they still did not want to flee. Ha 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 ha, what a touching master-servant relationship. It's a pity that you can only discuss your feelings in the netherworld. Since you don't want to leave, then you can all die here today. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Chen Kangmeng, you're really pitiful. You're a prince. As long as you were obedient, you could have enjoyed everything a prince should have. But you refused, and you wanted to oppose the king. The king killed the Ling clan for the sake of the Chen nation. And you actually spoke up for those rebels. Serves you right for ending up like this. You must be regretting it. You're not an assassin. You're a warrior of the Chen nation. As expected, you were sent by that bastard Chen Sangxiong. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Chen Kangmeng narrowed his eyes, hatred bursting from them. Haha, I said it before. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're too stupid. If you die, even the king won't feel any heartache. But you can reunite with your dead mother in the netherworld. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his hands moving faster and faster. Chen Kangmeng was forced to continuously retreat. Although he resisted with all his might, he was indeed weaker than his opponent. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. I, Chen Kangmeng, have never regretted anything I've done. Unfortunately, Ling Yan and I grew up together. We're like brothers, but I can't reverse the verdict for him and his clan. Chapter 28:56. Well said. However, you still have many opportunities to reverse Ling Yan's verdict. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked out of the forest. Although his appearance was ordinary, his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The assassins stopped what they were doing. The assassin leader looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. "Brother, please don't meddle in the affairs of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret if you get into trouble." The assassin leader sensed the powerful aura emanating from Ling Xiao, so he was unwilling to make an enemy of Ling Xiao. "What if I insist on meddling?" Ling Xiao walked to Qin Kangmang's side, then looked at the assassins and said coldly, "Scram, or none of you will be left alive." "What big words! Although you are strong, we are not afraid of you. Since you refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then die." The assassin leader frowned, then revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, over 100 assassins charged at Ling Xiao. "A bunch of idiots." Second profound meaning of light, golden crow ascending the sun. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he raised his right hand. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared above his head. This light transformed into a giant golden crow that pounced at the crowd. For Ling Xiao, acting as another identity was very easy. The profound meaning of light and shadow's consummate skill could finally be put to good use. The assassins could not see anything. Before they died, the only thing they could see was the golden crow pouncing at them. Then, a ball of fire began to burn. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. In one move, over 100 assassins were basically wiped out. Only the assassin leader was still alive. "You, who are you?" The assassin leader was instantly terrified. Such an expert actually wanted to help Qin Kangmang. This was simply too terrifying. Whoosh! Ling Xiao took a step forward. It was the profound meaning of light's divine teleportation. He instantly appeared in front of the leader of the assassins and grabbed him by the neck. Then he said coldly, "Who told you to kill Qin Kangmang?" "I won't tell anyone." The leader of the assassins had a ruthless look in his eyes. He actually took poison and committed suicide. Unfortunately, death did not come. Ling Xiao ridiculed, "With me around, you still want to commit suicide? If you don't want to be tortured, tell me the truth. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also die." I'll talk. The leader of the assassins took off the black scarf on his face. "I'm a divine thunder guard. Those assassins were hired by the king from the Dark God Palace at a high price." He was very afraid of the feeling of not being able to live and not being able to die. He was even more afraid of implicating his family. The person in front of him was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. Therefore, he had to tell the truth. "Father, how could he?" Qin Kangmang simply couldn't believe it. He originally thought that it was Qin Sangxiong who did it, but he never expected that it was actually his father. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. However, this king really wanted to kill him. "Seventh Prince, some of your words in the army have angered the king. You shouldn't have spoken up for that Ling Xiao. The king summoned you back to the royal capital this time because he wants to kill you midway." The leader of the assassins said helplessly, "We know that you're loyal and patriotic, but it's useless. You also know that the king's orders cannot be disobeyed. How should we deal with him?" Ling Xiao looked at Qin Kangmang and asked. He had already asked what he needed to ask. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to keep this guy alive. "Since he was captured by the hero, you can deal with him yourself." Qin Kangmang said. All right, if Ling Xiao wanted to deal with him, he would naturally kill him. Keeping such a person alive was ultimately asking for trouble. "Wait!" The leader of the assassins suddenly shouted, "I know a piece of news, a very important piece of news. I hope it can be exchanged for my life." "What news?" Ling Xiao asked. "A piece of news about the seventh prince's friend, Ling Xiao." The leader of the assassins really shocked everyone with his words. Such news attracted the attention of both Ling Xiao and Chun Kangmeng. Speak, Ling Xiao said lightly. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Even if you have to destroy my cultivation, I just want to be reunited with my family. The leader of the assassins begged. That depends on whether your news is worth it or not, Ling Xiao said. It definitely is. Just yesterday, a few experts from Thunder City came. They all came from Tianqi Mountain. They only have one goal, and that is to kill Ling Xiao. The leader of the assassins said with trepidation. He did not know whether this news could save his life, but he could only take a gamble. Eat this soul-absorbing pill, and you can get lost. Ling Xiao did not destroy the leader of the assassins' cultivation. Instead, he stuffed a soul-absorbing pill into the leader's mouth and used the soul-absorbing pill to control him. Xiao Chun did not have any spies in Thunder City, so he did not know many things. However, with this person around, many things would be easier in the future. Many thanks for sparing my life. The leader of the assassins turned and left. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Chun Kangmeng and said, "It looks like you cannot return to Thunder City for now. What are your plans in the future?" "I still have not asked your excellency. How should I address you?" Chun Kangmeng asked. "Tuoba Ling," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had used this name before, so he casually used it again. After all, it was not a special name. There were many of them in this country. "So, it is Senior Tuoba. Many thanks for your excellency's saving grace. However, I must take back Thunder City. I cannot watch as the Chun nation is taken over by despicable villains." Chun Kangmeng clenched his teeth and said, "In the past, I guarded the borders and did not care about the matters of the royal court. However, I have made up my mind now. I will fight for this throne. Even if I die, I will have a clear conscience. If you fight for the throne, you might face brothers killing each other and becoming enemies. Can you handle it?" Ling Xiao asked. "I have to, even if I can't." Chun Kangmeng clenched his teeth and said, "I avoided the world, but I ended up in such a situation. Since others will not let me live in peace, then I can only become their nightmare. However, if you return like this, you will definitely die." Ling Xiao said bluntly, "Your cultivation is too weak, and the people around you are even weaker. So, if Mr. is not stingy, can you help me?" Chun Kangmeng asked. "Help you? What benefits will I get?" Ling Xiao countered. "What does Mr. want?" Chun Kangmeng countered. "I want the Chun nation. Are you willing to give it to me?" Ling Xiao teased. "As long as Mr. loves the people like your children, why not? Furthermore, I am not suited to be a king. Fighting on the battlefield is more enjoyable." Chun Kangmeng nodded without hesitation. If someone else had said this, Ling Xiao would have thought that the other party was acting. However, since Chun Kangmeng said this, he believed it. "All right, since you have such courage, there's no harm in helping you. However, there's something I need to do first. You should return to Thunder City first. I'll send someone to secretly protect you. Once I'm done, I'll naturally contact you again." Chapter 28:57. After walking half a kilometer, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin and instructed, "Xiao Jin, from now on, follow Chun Kangmeng and protect him." "I will. After all, this guy used to treat me as a brother. Moreover, he's only in such dire straits because of our family. I naturally have to help him." Xiao Jin nodded. "That's good. Let's split up here. I'll return once the matter of the extreme royal mystic realm is settled." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he left again. Xiao Jin became even smaller, as small as a mosquito, and blended into Chun Kangmeng's group. "Seventh Prince, are you really planning to give the throne to that person?" At this moment, a cultivator beside Chun Kangmeng couldn't help but ask. "Do you think that my words were just a temporary measure?" "Wrong. That's exactly what I think. if he really loves the people like his children, so what if I give it to him? I'll be happy to live a carefree life. Chen Kangmang smiled. Moreover, I keep feeling that that person is very familiar. Ling Xiao seemed reckless, but he was actually very cautious. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he naturally didn't need to fear anyone after returning to the Thunder City. However, he still chose to sneak in quietly. After all, no matter how strong he was still only one person. Now, he learned from the assassin leader that the Thunder Emperor had invited experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to deal with him. The Heavenly Pool Mountain was a sect of a big country outside of the Qin country. The weakest of their experts was at the first revolution of the Yinyang realm and the 12th layer of hell. After all, even experts like the 12th and 11th princes were only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. The experts that came this time were definitely stronger than those two. Could it be experts from the first revolution of the 13th layer of hell? Now, he had to be even more cautious. However, no matter how careful he had to go to the extreme royal mystic realm. There was something in the untouchable place that could resonate with the 12 beast god martial spirits. He had to get his hands on it. After arriving outside the Arcana Academy, Ling Xiao put on a mask that he had prepared long ago. The mask glowed with silver light, revealing a bit of savagery and terror. This was the effect he wanted. Now that he had transformed, he would have to make a public appearance in the future, so he couldn't easily reveal it here. All he had to do was put on the mask and change his clothes. Logically speaking, after the death of Senior Lightning, there shouldn't be any experts left in the extreme royal mystic realm. It was relatively easy for Ling Xiao to enter. However, the Sky Thunder Legion was able to produce 7 new generals. The Arcana Academy was highly valued by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Naturally, they would not leave it alone. There should be even more powerful experts around, right? He had more important things to do this time, so he didn't want to alarm these experts if he could. He cast Magic Dragon Phantom, Ghost Magic Dragon. Ling Xiao, in front of the many Arcana Academy disciples, went straight to the entrance of the extreme royal mystic realm. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards of the extreme royal mystic realm weren't paying attention, he easily snuck in. In any case, the entrance was open all year round. It was just that someone was guarding it. As long as he could fool the person guarding it, there was nothing to worry about. The first place he appeared was naturally the soldier level area. But now, the things here could no longer arouse his interest. He only had one goal, and that was the untouchable place. Back when the war broke out in Yuanling, he took advantage of the chaos to enter the untouchable place. However, he had to stop because he was not strong enough. But today, his cultivation was many times stronger than it was back then. He could finally get what he wanted, still in his ghost magic dragon form. Ling Xiao directly passed through Yuanling's territory and entered the untouchable place. Although it was said to be the untouchable place, in fact, the moment Ling Xiao arrived, he could clearly feel the aura of an expert. Good heavens, I thought that the untouchable place was a place where no one could enter. It turns out that it was just a forbidden area deliberately set up by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Only warriors whose cultivation has reached the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell and above can enter. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the untouchable place, he felt that there was an array formation protecting it. However, this kind of array formation was not difficult for him at all. He broke it in 2 or 3 moves. Furthermore, he did not alarm anyone. Good heavens, fortunately, I did not enter back then. Otherwise, I would not even know how I died. The weakest demonic beast here is actually a terrifying existence at the Yinyang realm's 12th level of hell. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more shocked he became. It seemed that the Qin kingdom's royal family was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The Lightning Seigneur and the Thunder Emperor were just representatives of the outside world. The truly valiant people were all cultivating in seclusion here. Perhaps the four elders of the Qin kingdom also stayed here for many years. Fortunately, he was more cautious this time and did not barge in. Otherwise, even if he could leave easily, he would probably have to fight a bitter battle. Now, he did not even need to hide his aura. There were many demonic beasts here, and they were all at this level. The Qin kingdom's royal family probably did not expect him to sneak in. Just as he walked less than 500 meters into the untouchable place, he saw a herb garden. There were 4 powerful dog-type war pets guarding this herb garden. They were all at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were also 2 late-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artists drinking tea and chatting in front of a thatched cottage. Most likely, this herb garden belonged to the Qin kingdom's royal family. Most of the medicinal ingredients were not yet ripe, but there were some that emitted a fragrant aroma. Wow, isn't that a 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji? Ling Xiao looked at the flesh Lingji in shock. It had already been growing for 1,000 years and was nearing maturity. If the 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct a 1,000-year-old energy pill. It was similar to a blood spirit pill, but 10 times more effective. After consuming it, one's fleshly body would be strengthened and one's qi and blood would grow stronger. Of course, it was also possible to consume it directly, although the effects would not be as good. Right now, Ling Xiao's blood spirit pill was not as effective as before. The main reason was that his fleshly body was too strong, and his cultivation base was rising. Once he reached the life-seizing level, blood spirit pills would be completely useless. When that time came, if he had a 1,000-year-old energy pill, it would be amazing. A 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji was something that had lived for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to the Qin kingdom's royal family. You've been guarding it for 1,000 years, and now I'm going to take it away. Who could have guessed that the Qin kingdom's royal family would spend so much effort to raise a spirit medicine like this? It was completely prepared for Ling Xiao. After all, in the state of Qin, there was no one other than Ling Xiao who could concoct a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. Those idiots in the Qin kingdom's royal family would definitely choose to concoct it directly, which would be a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. But Yang Qi was different. He could concoct over 100 medicinal pills with the same effects as consuming the flesh Lingji.